What's up, guys? Warm ups. Um, Move 11. I thought with the complaining you were you were Arsenal fan. I saw these long paragraphs, and first I hoped it was Asterbate. Then I saw it was complaining. I thought it was Arsenal fan, but it turns out it was you. Looks like you have mine made up. I'm not a supporter of Continental Chess Association. And I think that they run a really shitty business. And I told them so a long time ago. But what do you want with a chess tournament organizer that's run by like an 80-year-old guy? I mean, Glitchberg has no concept of what's going on. I'm sure. Anyway, yeah, that's stupid. But here's some other stuff that we got. I won these in Atlantic City. See what you can get? Look. Hello. We're from Atlantic City. Yes. Stodgy won us in the 80s. Look what you can win if you go to Atlantic City. These are my Loch Ness monsters. They came from Atlantic City back in the 80s in arcade. My early Atlantic City days before Phil Ivey and Limit Hold'em. Anyway, so just to show you can win in Atlantic City. Alright. Anyway. So, I've got games. We've got game. The search for Asterbate is still on. Maybe they took him with Mrs. Guthrie. I don't know. But Zen Chess offered to do a search for Asterbate, an online search. But sometimes you're afraid of what you might find. Maybe it's best that we just let him come back on his own time. So, Move 11, you just got out of your system and now you're gone. Good. As Asterbate would say, good. So, first off, we've got to like our video here. How do we like our own video? How do you like your own video, Sludgy? Yeah, there it is. All right. So Thursday is analysis stream night. I know there's other very strong players analyzing tonight, so it's not just about me. But I've got Taimanov-Larsen, a featured game by Richard Smith, our former stream boss, and my own game from Sunday, which was one of my better games, and also Move 11, aka the Tournament Complainer. Atlantic City, pretty close to where you are. There's a premium for location. That's what Alonzo Swada told me. Alright. So, Atlantic City is a substitute for Foxwoods, I guess. I gotta fix this. Clean my glasses. Is anybody here? Oh shit. Alright, we gotta activate the stream. Activate the stream, brah. Alright. We are activating. We're activated. Okay, now we're activated. Welcome everybody. Stream is starting. International Master Saji. We're going for FIDE Master. I'm going to re-FIDE Master myself. Hey, Move 11, are you still here? Can you hear me now, Move 11? Would you believe the U.S. Chess Federation updated their ratings listing so you can actually see pretty up-to-date statistics and stuff? 1998. Matthew is 1998. All right. It was a good year. that I recall. We got the IM title in 98, the end of 98. Like December of 98, I got my title. Alright. FIDE Congress. December 1998. So where are we? Is anybody here? It's humid here. No one's in the chat, just me. Alright. So here we are. We're analyzing a game from Yugoslavia, 1970, Vinkovci. And I just want to mention that one of our viewers recently, speaking of Yugoslavia, one of our viewers was becoming a regular NPC, had a death in the family, and because of that, he's not going to be able to be coming to the stream because he has too much responsibility with the death in his family. And wow, that's hard. I mean, he obviously doesn't have to explain to me, he's got important things to worry about, but that's hard. I mean, we lost Asterbate, and I don't know if he's dead or his iPad died or he got evicted or he's in jail or deported by ICE accidentally, even though he's a citizen. But he's gone. Mr. Slow doesn't come anymore. There's no one in the chat even talking anymore. So Move 11 just teases me and then leaves. So guys, I'll start when we've got some viewers here and someone showing some life. Otherwise, I feel like I'm just talking to the air. Okay, let's capitalize these names because they look too small on the screen. First off, in the tags, Claude. Double caps. You need like double caps. Mark. Taimanov. If I could change the... There's nobody here, man. I feel like Gingy or Donald Trump. Alright, here we go. All caps. Enter. Boom. Alright, Mr. Coffee is our, they're still tiny. I mean, but if I make the board any bigger, it's going to push other stuff out. You can't really see the names. Is anybody alive out there? Vinkovci. So this game is from Vinkovci, I think, or Vinkovci, 1970 in Yugoslavia, Serbia, yeah, modern day Serbia. I don't know. So Arsenal fan, welcome. So interestingly enough, it's Taimanov versus Larsen, and Taimanov, of course, also played the Nimzo, and many players did. I mean, especially in those days. I had my best friend from chess high school who taught me how to play chess recently asked me if I think that d4 d5 is becoming more popular than d4 knight f6. His theory was that in the 90s, in the 80s and 90s, like the Indian defenses were more popular, and he's thinking like Queen's Gambit, like d4 d5 is more popular today. I mean, I think that's the case if you're like playing noobs. If you're playing like low-rated players or something, like, but I would think that above 2000 it's pretty much the same, like a 50-50 between d4 d5 and d4 knight f6 today. I don't feel like it's like, does the computer think that d5 is better than knight f6? I don't think so. It's not like, no, I don't think so. But I mean, with black, what I'm talking about, Arsenal fans, his question is with black, are more people playing d4, d5 as opposed to d4 knight f6? now compared to like the 70s, 80s, well, 80s and 90s. You know, this is the question. Not about with white. You know, I'm asking about against d4. His theory is that more people are playing d4, d5 today. But I didn't see that. I don't think that. You know, I think that it's pretty equal distribution. I mean, true, like, I think the King's Indian has gone down a little. That was all the rage in the 90s, late 80s and 90s. Some of the Indian defenses have probably gone down. The King's Indian, Benko. I don't know. I mean, maybe there are some transmissions in between, right? Of course. So, yeah, I mean, sometimes you play d5 and then you take it back. I'm just kidding. There can be transitions even later, but no. All right. Anyway, stupid question. d4, knight f6. So c4. Here we go. This is our first game. c4, e6. And I did the game from this tournament last time. This is a tournament, by the way, that I'm pretty sure Larsen won. He won a lot of tournaments in this era. 1970. c4. And then e6, and now knight to c3, and bishop e4. But the cool thing about, one of the cool things about Larsen was his ability to play, you know, different stuff. Not only Larsen, though, of course. I mean, Fischer, Larsen, Tal. All of the above players played King's Indian, Nimzo, Queen's Gambit, though Fischer not really, Benoni. Okay, bishop e4. When Larsen was to play safe, he very often chooses the Nimzo, which I do too. But to be fair, this author is kind of a noob, and to be fair, the Nimzo leaves us with a lot of flexibility, and there are various levels of aggression you can kind of use. You know, so there's some extremely sharp variations. It really isn't determined at such an early stage. If you're gonna play safe, there's ways to play safe. You can think of, yeah, I agree. Like, I do think of it as relatively safe. Coming from the King's Indian, it's way safer than the King's Indian. Or you automatically, in the King's Indian or Benoni, you are automatically giving your opponent a big center. Okay, so now Queen c2. So normally Taimanov played e3, I was pretty sure. And the author makes a mistake here. But anyways, he says e3 is the most popular. In those days, it was most popular to play e3. And now, Taimanov plays Queen c2. The Capablanca system. But it's later becomes very popular. This is in 1970. So there's a lot of ways to go here. So black plays c5. And now, by attacking the central point, you're destroying a key central pawn. This is a great move. d5, Arsenal. Didn't you play something like that against me? No. Something in a different position. Takes. White doesn't have any real good alternatives to taking. I mean, this is a weird move, right? You're like taking away from the center. But there just isn't a really good way to maintain the pawn on d4. e3 is kind of lame. Knight f3 is like an inaccurate sort of English symmetrical where you play Queen c2 and it's not typical. You know, that's it. I mean, you like have to play d takes c5 because there's nothing else. There's no other good move, basically. That's all there is. You're just giving that up. But you get this pressure here. You know, in exchange, it's really no different as if black played c takes d4, but black does need to get the pawn back, so we're going to need to take that pawn back at some point. c5 takes, and now there's a bunch of different moves, but castles is probably the number one. And now white has a choice. There's bishop g5, bishop f4, knight f3, and a3. He plays bishop f4, which is really logical. This focuses on d6, and that's a weak point. And there's also, you know, the pressure here. So developing, this is a fine move, I think. Now black plays another very standard move, bishop takes c5. Okay, so they mentioned an interesting alternative, knight a6. By the way, let's turn on the opening explorer. Hans Donner versus Karpov. Okay, so it turns out that today, according to the opening explorer, knight a6 is more popular. I don't remember this particular line, but the nice thing about knight a6 is that you're developing. Move 11 is just gone. He just came in, complained about some stuff, and left. All right, that's great. That's great. Okay, knight a6. Solid community we have here. Knight a6 is a good move. I'm not sure that was well studied. Back in these days, in 1970, there were no computers, databases that work for players, but the players had notes. They had previous games. They had encyclopedias, some magazines where you could track other players' games. But I get the feeling this was a surprise. The whole playing Queen C2 was a surprise. So Larsen going with what he knows here. He plays bishop takes C5. This is fine. And then, oddly enough, Arsenal fan, what you said earlier actually, I think I know this game. What you said earlier is kind of strangely apropos, because this game ends up being a lot like a Queen's Gambit, strangely enough. You were saying how the games, the openings can transpose. The way that Larsen plays now makes it become kind of a Queen's Gambit. So after bishop takes c5, white plays knight f3. Now here, you have a choice. You're my favorite player, Chameleon Eyes. I hate that question. All right, next, nothing personal. What are we gonna do now with black? What's the point? Okay, what's our setup? I don't want to play the Queen's Gambit, bro. I don't want to play the Queen's Gambit. I want to play the Nimzo. If I wanted to play the Queen's Gambit, I would play the Queen's Gambit. But I played the Nimzo, so I don't like playing d5. Personally, it just becomes a Queen's Gambit. This could even be a direct transposition. I don't know. But I'm just a caveman. If I wanted to play the Queen's Gambit, but anyway, I would play b6 because, and I'm not sure I've ever had this position. Maybe I did. Come to think of it, against Kiryakov once in Vermont, we had a game, but I'm not sure it was the exact move order. With Kiryakov, I'm pretty sure he did put his bishop on f4, and I was black, and I lost, and I think he did something like rook d1 here. But again, I can't be 100% sure this was the exact position or not. But in any case, black has what I think are like two viable setups. Either you play d5 and you try to kind of negate that pressure there by playing d5 yourself and assuming a Queen's Gambit position, or you just say, fuck it, I'll live with this. I'm going to play kind of like hedgehog, Queen's Indian sort of thing with b6 and bishop b7. Those are the two options. That's all you have. Those are your only two options here for black, really. I mean, probably a third option, which looks a little bit weird, would be the Ilinchich like d6. So what we would try to do is, I guess, play d6 without playing b6 and bishop b7, but I don't really like this. This doesn't feel right. So it's either b6 or knight c6 and d5. He plays knight c6. I guess the good thing about this move versus like d5, right? d5 is a standard move. Okay, there's a slight difference. But if I play knight c6, like, what are my choices after that? Maybe I did this in one game where I guess it is possible. There was a, speaking of Kramnik, it wasn't Kramnik. Okay, there is a line. This is a line to play knight c6 and even b6, but it's weird, you know. I know there's this knight c6 to d4 idea, like simplifying in some variations. There's also like a3, b4, and black can sack a piece. I can play b6 after e3. This is a variation. Look, Gata has a couple of games. The idea here, we play bb7 and probably rook c8. I remember this one game where white did like a3 and b4 and got his like head handed to him by some sort of sacrifice or something. I can't remember who it was now. So, you know, actually, okay, black isn't committed to doing b6 or d5 yet. But normally, if we want to do b6, I feel like it's better to do b6 right away. You know, that way you have the option to put the knight on like d7. I mean, to play a hedgehog, to come back with bishop e7, d6, bishop, knight on bd7, bishop b7 is all kind of a standard idea. Hubner Miles. So anyway, knight f3 is probably best. It's flexible. Knight c6, okay. He plays knight c6. Taimanov now doesn't play rook d1. That looks like the sharpest move. But e3 is a little bit more fundamental. And now we have a choice. You can play b6 or d5. So Larsen goes with d5. So it's a Queen's Gambit now. You can call it what you want. How, you know, Carlsen Caruana, I mean, bro. Did that come out of a Queen's Gambit or a Nimzo? Is this somehow transposing from a bishop f4? Is this somehow transposing from a bishop f4 Queen's Gambit? Is that possible? Yeah. I don't know how the bishop like lands on c5 though. We spent 2 tempi on that bishop. We went... Okay, because if d takes c5 was like a lost tempo for white. White has to do that anyway in those lines. So maybe it somehow evens out. This could be a Queen's Gambit as well. d5, a3 now, and that's very standard in these bishops. It's a bishop f4. And look at all the transpositions now. Holy shit. Now there's suddenly 1,000 games for black. So he literally did transpose to a Queen's Gambit. With a3 now. Black is playing the Queen's Gambit, not the Nimzo. It's a bishop f4. 5 bishop f4 variation in the mainline Queen's Gambit. Declined. And I never liked this line for black, but I also never really played it with white. So I don't know a lot here. You could see Queen a5 as the main move. And that's what Larsen played. So apparently this was known back in 1970. But, you know, this is a very, very, very artificial move by black. I mean, you have to agree. You will agree. Bringing your queen out to a5 in the opening is usually not a good idea. There are a few exceptions, like the Cambridge Springs. Our main idea is that, you know, b4 doesn't work because we can take, he's pinned to the rook on a1. But, I mean, in the long run, is bringing the queen out to a5 a good idea? You know? So, Taimanov, a very solid positional player with white now, playing rook c1. And this move, you can see, was played very infrequently. Larsen was one of the top players in the world, so white's going to be careful. But this rook d1 seems to be booked. Castle's queenside is very sharp and dangerous. And speaking of Kramnik, there's some Kramnik game there against Anand from 2002. But I mean, anytime you do this, this is going to get extremely sharp. And that's definitely not something I think that Taimanov's going to do against Larsen. So he wants to keep the game sensible. Larsen is probably better in a very crazy position than Taimanov. Queen a5, rook c1, a routine move, maybe a little too routine. And now all games were draws in 6 games from this position. Black played d4 in 3, and he played bishop e7 in 3. And so Bent played one of these moves, but the game, ironically, there's a look at that. Later, Taimanov would play the same line against Thomas Girgadze in '83. There's two Girgadzes. The other one is like Georgie, I think. Maybe I'm getting confused though. I don't remember. So anyway, white is threatening b4 now unless you want to sacrifice a piece. I got a message from someone. The director. Our director. You got a good blitz game for us today? We prefer longer games if possible. Our director. Move 11 dumped a game and left. Why is my YouTube video like... Oh, okay. Why has it stopped? My YouTube stream. Alright. So our director. Are you the director? Copy. Get PGN. That's so annoying. Why can't I just copy and paste it? Right here. That's basically what it is. Copy, back, chapter, add. If you're a subscriber, you are a subscriber, right? You guys better be subscribers. All right, you are. So anyway, back to game one. So the blah 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 blah. Rook c1, d5, queen a5. White plays rook c1. Why are those annoying lines on the board? Okay, bishop e7. Now I remember this game because it's very notable. I actually did this game in a video a long time ago. A couple months later, Ole Jacobsen, who I played years ago, who's passed away, he found the interesting variation d4. So this is not mentioned in the database here. So it says a few months later. Jacobsen says, found d4. And you can see this move was later played in '84 by Laputian. So I don't know. They must have analyzed it in some chess magazine or something, you know. But I don't see any games. They don't quote a game or anything. Well, it's an obvious move, but the question is evaluating what happens, Arsenal fan. E takes d4. There's also b4, but that's bad. I think we can dismiss that. Knight takes d4, and interestingly, someone actually played bishop takes d4. Laputian actually played bishop takes d4, giving up, offering to give up his bishop. Knight takes d4. So they analyzed, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, bishop e2. Wow, this is pretty obvious. e5, bishop g3, and now bishop e6. Oddly, that didn't happen though in the other game. This is from 2020. We played bishop d2. So bishop d2, this 2400. Jaime, the robot, played bishop d2 and got a slight advantage against Cruz Christian. So bishop d2 is actually the best move. It looks like e5 is a mistake. This is an improvement. Feyer Jula found this back in '01. e5 isn't necessary. It's not necessary to weaken the d5 square. Actually, Jula Feyer is a good player. He's an IM. I mean, this... But maybe Laputian's move is good too. Let's see. Bishop takes d4. Also slightly better for white. So you don't take it. That's the point. It looks like Feyer Julius is the best. You take, you trade pieces, and then you just play bishop d7, and you're very, very, very compact here, you know. Black is basically equal. That's the safest way to play, though that probably might not appeal to Larsen. He doesn't necessarily want to trade, and this game certainly wouldn't happen. So he goes back, right, bishop e7, and now white plays bishop e2. There are other moves possible. D takes c4. So here, later in 1983, Girgadze would play knight e4. But you have a completely different animal there, okay? You got a game 13 years later where Gyurgadze could prepare based on Larsen game, but secondly, it's a much weaker player. You know, Gyurgadze is lower rated than Taimanov, so he only needs a draw. What's cool about this game is kind of deceptive, you know? Okay, it's a solid player with white. You take on c4, bishop takes c4. It's like, okay, it's a symmetrical position. What are you going to do? To offer a draw. Taimanov could totally offer a draw here. Look, symmetrical structure. What happens interesting in this game, so Larsen always plays for a win, no matter what. And sometimes to his detriment. Now, the Feyer-Jula move is supposed to be best, which is a very safe, sound move, connecting the rooks, blah, blah, blah. What black does is combative, though. Although also, as Arsenal fan would say, a natural move, knight d5. No, knight g4, no, that's kind of weird, but this is less weird. I mean, we're attacking this. We're attacking this. I mean, it's a pretty, as you would say, an obvious move. Knight g4 less obvious because it's unprincipled, but this move could also be unprincipled. Similar to knight g4, but more natural. Because there's a concrete threat involved, you know, with knight takes f4, I would say. Preps e5. I mean, if you want to play e5, you can play e5, but why does this prep e5? You mean knight g4? Oh my god, dude. You're gonna say this move isn't you don't think this is unprincipled? You're black on move 12, and your pieces are on the back rank, and you're moving your knight a second time, while leaving like these central squares unprotected. I know that you like to argue, but I can't, you know, I can't say this is a principled move. I mean, you're just doing an astrobate, you know, it's like standard astrobate move where you're like moving your knight, you know, off on the side the second move while you still need to develop the rest of your pieces. No argument in my opinion, but we can argue about use of vocabulary. I think it's unprincipled. You may not agree. All right, so knight d5, also unprincipled in the fact that we're not really developing any new pieces, I think. I think they're both unprincipled. You don't think it's principled? Of course it's creative and probably bad, but I've played a lot of creative and bad moves too myself. This is also creative and probably bad. So it gets a question mark in the book. Bishop d7 was best, but you know. So now we get the makes you fall out of the chair variation. Obviously, knight takes d5 is illegal. b4 is probably bad, right? I just eat this. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't think my queen's getting trapped. b4 is hanging. Why is knight d5 bad? Well, you're not developing pieces. It's early in the game and you're black. That's why. With white, obviously, you have a little more flexibility. But, you know, what are we expecting here when we play knight d5 from the opponent? You know, he can give up his bishop. I mean, like castles, knight takes f4. That happens all the time in the Catalan. You could certainly allow that. I mean, it's not like the end of the world. Maybe white just plays that and has some good pawn on f4 that helps control the center. You know? I wouldn't be shocked if my opponent played castles. I wouldn't be shocked if he did what he did. But this is a concession, right? It's a concession. He's trading a bishop for a knight. And black ends up with an IQP. But the compensation with this good bishop that we've got now, well, I mean, that's a good solid exchange, you know. IQP, active bishops, two bishops versus bishop and knight, whatever. Right. So what happens now is really interesting. I I again expect white to castle. But there are some traps like here. What am I thinking? Or maybe like okay, here, 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 for example. All right, this is in the position. So I figure Larsen's already thinking about some tactics here. Yeah, does d4 work for black? Well, it's white's move. Um, so we go here. He takes. Now, depending on what white does, if white plays something like h3, you could consider pawn sacrifices to open lines. But I mean, Taimanov is like too principled to do that, and he's not going to miss the tactic. So what he does though is very surprising. What's wrong with castles for white here? I mean, my assumption would be bishop g4, right? Castles, bishop g4, and then if you do go here, then I snap this and play d4. And I have a double attack when your only defense is probably knight e4. And then obviously the situation gets pretty awkward for white, Like, well, anything. For example, bishop f5 looks dangerous. Maybe there's even better moves. So clearly knight g5 isn't a great idea. That's why I suggested h3. But if castles bishop g4, how dangerous is the situation for white? What does he do? Can't he just make a sensible move here? Like knight d4. I mean, okay, that would be back to the symmetrical structure, and black has the two bishops. White's still fine. This is pretty equal, right? White's a tiny bit better here, according to the engine. I'm not sure bishop g4 is the best move. But also knight e5, because knight e5, bishop e5, guarding this blockading square. Surely black can't exploit the structure if bishop takes f3? Well, not immediately. But anything can happen in the long run, Arsenal fan. I mean, he could exploit the structure in a queen ending, or a rook in game, or, maybe in the middle game, 10 moves from now. Yeah, there's no immediate threat. I mean, there is, though. Like, if you just do whatever. I mean, bishop takes, pawn takes, d4. You don't want to end up... You don't really want to end up with that structure, ideally, But white plays a surprising move, in my opinion, here. The author gives the guy an exclamation for this, but I have my doubts, I mean, you're not developing in queen b3. So this attacks his pawn, holding him down to b7 and attacking d5. Is this really worth an exclamation point? I'm skeptical. But I know what happened. I don't trust this author, I'm just using the book for the example, but I think this is also an unprincipled move. I mean, white shouldn't necessarily play queen b3. Yeah, I mean, castles, I think this has got to be best, bro. Unless there's a trap. Yeah, castles is my move. So, he plays queen b3. The author gives it an exclamation point. I think it's materialistic, kind of. On bishop g4, rook fd1, you would play rook fd1, self-pinning yourself. It's an interesting choice. I would play knight d4 or knight e5, probably. If castles bishop g4, rook fd1, attacking d5. So now we do talk about maybe. Well, black can defend. We can play rook d8. And rook fd1 is playable, of course. And I understand your point that black can't necessarily exploit this structure right away. Maybe ever. But I think that you could probably chuck this pawn and have some compensation. Let's see. Half a pawn. So he takes d4, queen h5. That's pretty much what I was thinking, but it's admittedly like not quite enough compensation for black. But yeah, okay, so we don't have to take. We probably would have to play rook a d8, I guess. But you know, you're still in the pin here, and you can't play knight d4 now. No, I mean I think that variation was okay for you. You're up a pawn there. I mean, you also have this queen f5 sometimes. Not here, but no, I think that you have a point. I mean it's interesting. There's also this. Like this structure happens sometimes. That might not be so bad. So, okay. Possible. I don't know what Larsen would have done, but he does want to develop. So in the game, though, a weird thing happens. White plays queen b3, which is very materialistic. And you're kind of asking for it with this move. I mean, Taimanov probably considered d4. And he probably decided that, fine, if you want to play d4, go for it. I don't see what you've got. I mean, the e-file is not open yet. It's going to take black a tempo to get anything going there. But what he didn't expect was probably what happened. You know, this is insane, right? Outside the box type of move. I mean, this is typical Larsen, trying to create like chaos. Yeah, definitely not something like the solid positional player wants to see, you know. So creating real big chaos, but white can't take the pawn. It's just it's a weakening of black's king. You know, he's weakening his own king. g5, bishop g3, and now g4. And it's a grob, but what's the point? Well, I guess the point is that white, you know, white's biggest advantage is the structure, I guess, and he doesn't want to, like, he doesn't really love not having an IQP. He doesn't want to allow d4 to evaporate that pawn, so white plays knight d4. This wasn't best, apparently. According to the analysts, this was better. I mean, okay, now we're getting to a tactical situation. I mean, there are moves like d4, obviously d4, knight takes c6, b takes c6, takes, and then I don't know what's going on. You know, bishop a6 or something. Probably nothing there because of queen a4. But there's a lot to calculate now. Okay, we have to start calculating. This is a serious situation. Computer, yeah, the computer agrees. The analysts are right. The best move was knight e5. And is it d4? Yeah, d4. I figured you got to do d4. You've got to do d4. And open lines. And so you got this, like Arsenal fans talking about, maybe some bishop stuff. So both bishops, you know, suddenly have pretty great scope. White's king is still in the center. This is the best chance. Knight e5, d4, e takes d4, knight takes d4. Wow. So the computer thinks black is better. This is unbelievable. Knight takes c6, b takes c6. Black is slightly better. Oh, wait. Is there like queen b6? Is this the problem? I'm like missing this obvious move, queen b6. Well, bishop g5 is another thing. Yeah, that's another thing. You might have that as well. But I mean, for me, if I can prevent white from castling, he's in trouble. You know, I mean, I'm gone with this. If this doesn't work, and I can just keep my bishop protected and keep you from castling, you're like almost lost. I mean, I don't know what you're gonna do. Bishop g5 may be good, but I'm still gonna do this. You know, bishop g5 is good too. I suppose. I mean, well, I might seriously consider sacking the exchange. I mean, he's got a pawn for it. I would certainly consider sacking the exchange. There's also this move. With this, so though you might play bishop g5 and then bishop a6. I mean, it might not hurt, but I think it's all good. So obviously Taimanov was worried about that. This is the second best move according to the engine, and that looks horrible. But you know, interestingly enough, after knight e5, this white's best move was not to take, according to Stockfish. But what do you do if you don't take here? I don't understand. Oh, you have knight c4, like you have this move like a Cambridge Springs. You have knight c4. But then still some scary stuff. But okay, for example, knight c4, queen a6, knight b5. This looks a little problematic. So maybe it turns out like that's his best chance. This is a mistake, the game move, knight d4, but it's not terrible. It's a very safe looking move. Now the best black has is knight takes d4, pawn takes d4. The structure is symmetrical, which is okay. You know, white actually has to be happy with a symmetrical structure because the bishops, you know, you can't open it up easily. You know, there's no pawn breaks in the symmetrical structure, so oftentimes knights are good. If he could get his knight to a good outpost, let's say here, or you know later here, or e5 ideally, white will be okay. You know, symmetrical structure not great for the two bishops necessarily, right? So knight d4, e d4. Now Arsenal fans move. Yes. I'm expecting rook c2. It's been a while since I saw this game. Oh shit. No way. Oh shit. Is it possible that Taimanov simply overlooked bishop g5? I don't know. I mean, I kind of doubt it. But why can't white just play rook c2 here? Why is this that bad? Oh, I see, because rook e8 check, and then rook e2, and then takes, and you have to take with the king. You can't take with the knight. Oh, it's a huge problem. But maybe he can survive. Yeah, bishop f5. I don't know. The king walks. I'm going to try to walk my king to g1. But the problem is, like, h3, h4, you'll just always, like, take on h3. With this bishop to back it up, it's not like white can play h3 and take with the rook or open the h file. He's never going to be able to open the h file for his rook, because anytime he ever tries to play h3 or h4, you're just going to take protected by the bishop, and white's going to have to just like leave it there. You know, he's not going to be able to open up the h file if he walks his king over to g1. This bishop f5 idea, of course, you know, a normal idea. White is threatening queen takes d5. But let's just say, for example, white tries not to lose the exchange. So rook d1. Now this can be mepa, maybe, like queen b5 or something. I don't know. But let's say rook e8 check, king f1. What do we do, to attack now? There may not be anything like immediate. Probably black is just better. Let's see. Wow, the advantage is very small though. 0.2. Unbelievable. I'm getting this creeping feeling that maybe Taimanov panicked here. But seriously, after rook d1, what is black's best move? Is there a better move? I mean, queen a6, queen b5, bishop d7. Stopping that crap, Maybe like queen takes d5 isn't a big deal. All right. Maybe this isn't a big deal. But we don't want to let white castle. But yeah, we can't let him castle. Shit. So first we have to play rook e8 check. He has to move his king to f1. Now we operate. But here's where yeah, it's 0.2. It's unbelievable. White only has a 0.2 disadvantage here. b6, sure. Is there something we're missing though? Unbelievable, man. So really, I think that he had to play rook d1. Damn. He must have thought he was in more trouble than he was, and it's not easy to defend, but I think this is too much. He sacks the exchange. I suggested this before because I think I have this game in my mind subconsciously. I analyzed it before, but I've forgotten about it. So I think I have suppressed memories of this game, and I knew that Taimanov sacked the exchange. I just forgot about it. So that's why I suggested it before. But anyway, okay, bishop takes c1, rook takes c1. Yeah, your king side is open. I mean, and it's obstacle to bishops, but my feeling here is that white doesn't have quite enough. Yeah, he took it. I mean, yeah, it's there for the taking. There's no attack now. White's king is safe. This is yeah, Korchnoi land now. We're consolidating. Bishop e6, protecting the pawn. Black can always play f6. And now if black is given a chance, he will consolidate with moves like rook f7. Say what? So f6, rook f7. Yeah, exactly. No, f6 is very important. It's a it's a bishop surrogate, for the bishop that you don't have. He's got all of his pawns on his too many moms on white squares. I mean, that's you need to get some control of the dark squares here. f6 is a great move. So absolutely, Eric Bronwyn. Black plays bishop e6, and now Taimanov continues to look desperate. h3. I'm skeptical of this, but Taimanov was a very strong player, and perhaps he sees some G file. White has to try for the dark squares, of course. Bishop d6 maybe. I guess. Yeah, that's an interesting call. Probably rook e8 to keep you off of e7. And we still want to try to play like f6. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm skeptical of h3. It looks very risky. And Larsen just takes. And I guess his only idea is to go here. Yeah, then you could play bishop 5. True. Okay, this is a decent idea. Bishop d6, rook e8, and then bishop e5, and f6 is controlled. Black will probably, I would think, try to incorporate um, possibly accepting that his queen is like, misplaced at some point. So queen d8, or maybe even offering a trade of queens with queen b6. That doesn't solve the problem. And white will probably bounce back, or let's say, okay, queen c2, keeping this protected, walking over here, try to get down here. It's going to be tricky, but I think black, yeah, he's going to have to come back there, isn't he? So probably black's better off playing queen d8 immediately. It's also possible I should go rook c8, a slightly more active move. But I agree, it's probably a better try. h3 has a lot of downsides, and not a lot of upside. I get a very desperate feeling from Taimanov. Remember how Taimanov and Larsen are the two who got crushed by Fischer 2 years later, right? So this is like we're getting close to the World Championship match with Spassky in 72. So we're trying to find a challenger for... They're finding a challenger for... We need a challenger for Spassky in 1972. Who were the two people who got knocked out by Fischer, 6-0 or whatever? It was Taimanov and these two, ironically. Fischer beat them both. No, they're both 6-0. It was both 6-0. No, Petrosian fought. Petrosian had a bunch of draws. Petrosian didn't get, he doesn't get offered. Petrosian lost, but he put up a fight, These guys were like completely broken by Fischer. So h3, dubious, g takes h3. Now, okay, I'm afraid of rook g1. So I'm expecting him to like take. I was expecting white to take and play for, obviously king h2 and rook g1. But the problem is, well, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know. Larsen, is he going to take that pawn on h3? Why not recapture? Good question. All right. Well, we don't need the recapture to get the rook to g1, okay? You could play like king h2 or something. G takes h3. Now bishop e5. Probably a little vague to me, but maybe it's about this. Well, interesting. There's a queen g3. Subtle idea here. But the problem with this move, right? Maybe your move, huh? Bishop d6. Wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't this be better? I would think, right? A lot better. But I mean, what's the downside of bishop d6? I mean, I think this is a good idea. You do bishop d6 with the idea of bishop e5. He does bishop e5 right away, but f6, this is fucked up, This is the move we wanted to play. Okay, so maybe Taimanov just missed something here. I think he missed it. He saw this, but he miscalculated it. White has a funny move now, knight e4. Maybe he thought he was winning or something, or just had enough compensation. Look at this. Oh, no. Don't see a tempo move. Look. Wow. But I think in calculation, man, Larsen was like a monster. He was like a 10-eyed monster. You better be sure about this. 94. We take. F takes e5. What? F takes e5. Queen g3. Check. Oh my god. No way. And This was how black wins the game. No, what Taimanov missed was another surprising move, the outside the box move. Bishop g4. Which enables black to, I guess, get his king to the ultimate safe position now. You know, this is the only variation where we can actually put our king on h8. Because white has to play queen takes g4. Sorry. You've got to take the bishop now. And now we can put our king in the nice safe corner square. King h8. And obviously, in a time pressure situation, this would have been a nightmare. But you know, it's like move 20 something. It's not that late in the game. I would imagine that Larsen still has time on the clock, you know, to calculate. And he's not a time pressure player, really. I would think at move 20 you probably have enough time. I mean, he's calculating everything. Knight takes g4, queen takes g4, sorry, queen takes g4, king h8, and now knight to g5. And I mean, the rook's on the c-file, but what do you got for me? Knight g5, okay, there's queen h5, knight e6. But at the end of the day, black's just up the exchange, right? So we have queen d2. What if this is a tactics puzzle? Not a lot of room for error here for black. Queen d2, if we could force rook f1, I mean, maybe that's a good thing, right? That's the move. Here. So if you try to play rook c7, I'm taking on f2 with check and then trading queens. I could just take on f2 with check and force a trade of queens. I mean, I imagine there's rooking games where black, maybe rook f4 or queen f4 too, but let's see, check here, check, takes, and now like knight f7 check. I could just walk away, you know. It's totally over. So, yeah. So queen d2, he does try it. Rook c7, and this is what happens. Queen f2 check. King h2, yeah. Queen takes g2, queen takes g2, h takes g2. And now white doesn't play knight f7 because he'll just walk away. So he plays d takes e5. This is better. I mean, you have this pawn. Okay, it's something, right? It's something. So black needs to be accurate. G1 queen. G1 queen. I did a move like that. At the World Senior. G1 queen is nice. So takes. He doesn't play G1 queen. Why not? Fuck. This is a great line. G1 queen. Queen takes. Rook G8. Oh! Jerry! God damn it, Jerry. I saw it. Oh my God. Jerry got mated in one. Oh my God. You are such an idiot, Jerry. Oh my God. Could you imagine doing that? Like, oh, I'm winning a night. You know? Oh, God. Damn. So, yeah, that would be funny. That's in tribute of my old friend Jerry Williams, who used to have outbursts like that. Rest in peace, Jerry. So H takes G, and then D takes E5, Rook C8, Rook A C8, H takes G, D takes E5, Rook A C8, And now rook takes b7. And then rook c2 with a subtle threat of g1. What are we threatening, actually? We're not really threatening anything immediate. Rook c2. Knight f7 check. And now we walk away. King g7. e6. I think we can go up. King f6, yes. e7. And now it's no more mate. So now it works. g1 queen. g1 queen. King takes g1. And now rook g8 check. And now we're going to just take the free knight next move, so white resigned. So anyway, it was a cute game. It's a cute game. The Nimzo Queen's Indian are the same thing. All right, next up, Richard Smith versus John Freeman. I've also got my game, Matthew, otherwise known as Move 11, and our director. So I don't know when I'm going to throw my game in there. We'll do Arsenal fan first. He's been here the whole time. Oh. By the way, by the by, Arsenal, yeah, Asterbait is gone. I mean, we're worried about him. It's better than 2 weeks now. He was saying new Apple, iPad, 10 days, 14 days or something. 14 days? Forget what he said. 10 days to send a new card or something. I don't know. Really worried about him. All right, John Freeman versus Arsenal fan. So, this is from the pool. What is this? A league game. He did give some reasoning, so I'm thinking he didn't get arrested. But he would continuously talk about his roommate threatening to, call the police and evict him and shit, So there could be like a combination of the two, maybe in the tumult, Asterbait did something bad because he was upset about his whole situation, and who knows, it could have. He also could have been abducted by the same person who took that reporter's grandma. We don't know, He has this guy he lives with. He rents a room or whatever from that has continuously threatened to like evict him and shit. So he was always talking about it a lot. I hope something like that didn't happen. All right. So anyway, this is from the. It sounds like the kind of thing that's like an abuse relationship where the guy's sort of holding it over his head all the time, like he has to do what he wants, or he'll call the cops on him. Kind of thing. And Asterbait's a really vulnerable kind of person. So I feel like it's a terrible situation. All right. So John Freeman versus Richard Smith. This is from Dorset League. Division 1. E4, C5. Knight F3, Knight C6. What are we aiming for here? Arsenal fan, Sveshnikov? ECF ratings are involved here? Gradings? Do you call them gradings? What's your ECF grading? What is your grading? What is your grading, sir? Or is grading... Did grading go the way of the 3-digit ratings? Alright. Now, Bishop E5. So it's not like FIDE rated. Bishop E5. You're playing the black side of the Rossalimo. Alright, so... You got E6. I've played D6 a lot. G6 is main move, and also Knight F6. And then there's weird stuff. Team tournament, I'll just give it a whirl. Well, alright. I don't know what you played in the past. Castles. I like bishop takes c6 when I'm white because it's simpler, but that's typical chess laziness. I mean, I've played the Rossolimo in casual chess a lot. A few um, tournament games here and there. Once I lost to Strapansky, I think the only strong player I ever played against was him. But otherwise, like just random people. I never studied the Rossolimo seriously with white, but I do think it's very Nimzovician. To play the white side is very Nimzovician, so it's easy to play in a natural way without knowing theory necessarily. Having said that, looking at statistics, maybe bishop takes c6 is best. It's also a matter of style. Castles is probably the main move, but if you castle, then black can play knight and g to e7 and prevent the doubling of pawns. This is a very theoretical line. And here's a thing that you may or may not know. If you play this way, the topical line for white is actually d4, which is weird. I mean, traditionally that wasn't the case. I don't think. Traditionally, well, look at the score here. At the top level, it does badly. It's done very badly. Look at that. Top 6 games, black has scored 5 out of 6. That's alarming. That's like fucking alarming. Top 6 games where this has been played of all time, and black has 5 out of 6. But just telling you that, surprisingly, I think the computer likes this move. It's weird to play an open Sicilian with your bishop on b5. Now if we count top 6 games, white did win one. Caruana Gelfand 2013. But I'm just saying, this is against the grain kind of move. Rook e1 this is standard. Rook e1. Why is d4 so good? Well, ask the computer. Black's a little bottled up, and so the idea is that you're opening a position when the black king is in the center. It's very deep, Sinus. It's very deep. Black's king is in the center of the board, and white's opening a position. The weird thing about it, right, is that bishop on b5, it's so random, like it's just sitting on b5, it doesn't do anything. So if you look at the statistics, forget about the top 6, top 10 games, but I mean, black has not scored really well here. 30% for white, 19% for black. Just saying, that's a modern idea that was never a thing years ago. People would have laughed at you for playing, oh, you're an idiot, d4, you don't do that. I could just see like John Fedorovich or something. Yeah, like a bad Taimanov or something. Yeah, like your bishop's on b5, though, it looks weird for white. But anyway, what your opponent did is normal. Rook e1, to give the bishop f1. The other move is, of course, c3. And so there you also have bishop a4, bishop c2. So, okay. Rook e1, and now a6. And now, okay, he doesn't have bishop a4. He has to go back. I mean, there is taking on c6, but that seems counterintuitive as well. But that's going to be similar, right? Bishop takes c6, knight takes c6, d4. And same principle. Your king's in the center of the board, and white's opening the game. But you have 2 bishops long term. I don't know. But check this out. There's b takes c6. Ew. Gada versus Rajabov. Ponomaryev Rajabov. You did Polgar. This is kind of ew, but black wants to play this and, build the wall. You heard about this. I heard about this long before Trump had the idea. Fedorovich, he calls it the wall. You play f6, knight g6, and then you play d6 and you construct this like wall with like e5. So you can eventually get your bishop out, on this diagonal. But you have to be very careful about how to do it. So, anyways, yeah, I mean e5 is the danger. Tal versus Baron, 1971. Look. Here, b3, So I would think like black's going to have to play f6. Bishop e7. And now, oof, bishop a3. This is Taimanov-Larsen, 1971. Someone played f6. I hope it was Robert Barron. No, Claudia Mora. Well, if he doesn't do it immediately, he's going to do it soon, right? Castles, d4. C takes d4. Queen takes d4. f6. So you got to get it in eventually. Tao playing a very positional line here, you know, kind of Chigorin-esque. Anyways, all the best Pioneers Palace students learned that. Rosalimo, probably. In addition to the open Sicilian, bishop f1. Okay, and now d5. d5 is standard. d5 is standard. There looks like there are alternatives. I'm not a huge fan of b5, but it's playable. g6 looks a little holy. This is another move where white can do d4, but also white can do c3 and d4. The knight on g6. Okay, I guess this might appeal to like a French defense player. All right, so d5 also though. So this is main line. White can play d3 apparently. It looks pathetic though. Look at that, Basim Amin. Who's a King's Indian attack guy? I mean, I guess this, at the end of the day, it is a King's Indian attack, isn't it? Ultimately, it's an old Indian attack. But it's kind of lame, right? You was out of theory? No, this is all very normal. It looks like g6 makes sense. He is basically playing the old Indian. He needs to play g3 and put the bishop on g2. So kind of going to have to waste the tempo on that. I mean, this looks a bit scary because of f6. But this isn't working. Zbigniew Ivanchuk. You just can't do anything to black. It's kind of bullshit. So, alright. Anyway, d5, e takes d5. There's also e5. The pawn looks a little overextended. I think this is a decent French. Alright, e takes d5, and now we have to choose. Pawn takes would be nice, but the e-file is not nice. It's not nice. Queen takes d5 is odd. I mean, allowing knight c3 with tempo, but I mean, I don't know what's the upside of queen takes d5. I'm not sure I really see it, you know, honestly. You guys get it? I mean, yeah, I don't like queen h5. I just don't really see the point of queen takes d5. I mean, only thinking about it like in some weird defensive way. Maybe your knight is on e7 and so it shields you on the e-file. You're gonna have to get your pieces out somehow. Knight c3 isn't white's best move here, it looks like. Knight a3 has a better score. I want to see what the computer says. Oh, it is white's best move. Look how bad white's score is with knight c3. And the computer thinks that white has a great position. What's up with that? Plus 0.7 for white after knight c3. Queen d8. 49 games? Why is black's score so good? This is weird. Knight e4. And white doesn't have a central pawn. For now. But, I mean, dude, black's king is here. This is strange. I mean, now it's, like, balanced out. Like, a lot of people went wrong here, it looks like, by playing b3. Which is kind of lame. So maybe white just started playing stupid moves like d3. That's kind of lame. b3 is lame. He has to play knight e4. Knight e4, and now knight f5, and then c3 with the idea of d4. White has to know what they're doing, in other words. But anyways, I think that knight takes is definitely right. Oh, chess zebra. And Arsenal in the same stream. This could get very controversial. Alright. Troublemakers. This is Arsenal fans' game. Now, d4. So the guy seems to know what he's doing. He's probably read like a chessable course. Arsenal fan now with bishop e7, which is the third most popular move. What would I play? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think you've got only a couple choices. cd4, bishop e7. Bishop d6 is like bishop e7, but probably worse. A lot worse. Because you get hit by like c4, d5. You have to play bishop e7, not bishop d6. Either cd4, bishop e7. I mean, there's b5, was played in one game. And it's very sketchy, but, you know, I used to play the St. George all the time. I guess you can play b5. It does disable c4, like, temporarily. Knight f6 is another way of... Knight f6 is another way of forcing white's hand, by, I guess, pressuring d4, maybe. This is a decent move. There's some Magnus Carlsen games here, or one. So knight f6 looks good, too. The problem is that bishop e7, you know, maybe could cost you a tempo with takes on c5. That's what happened. Okay. So it's like slightly more accurate to play cd or knight f6. Maybe knight f6 is the most accurate. We're not going to improve his knight. You would give him time to play something like c3, but we don't really care. It looks like the best move for white is actually bishop e3, which is very boring. This is super boring. It's like a c3 Sicilian now. You played bishop e7, and then white should take on c5. He does. You're actually hoping for c4 now, which might not really make his position better. So he finds the right moves. This guy really knows what he's doing. Bishop takes c5. Do you have a choice? Okay. So this is interesting. A whole bunch of people here castled for black because the pawn can't really be protected. But it looks like it doesn't matter. So bishop takes c5, c4. I don't know about c4. I'm kind of on the fence about that. White doesn't have to play c4. So the other move, a3, keeping control of the b4 square. This obviously needs to be considered. Also c3. I mean, it's a little passive, but... Because if you play c3, you can't play c4. You can't have everything. So this a3, Uli Ben Makarov, 1990. Good year. So a3, b5. Now if he plays a4, you've got a tempo. So, alright. He does c4, you go into b4. And it looks like, I mean, I'm using the engine here to help me. But obviously the b4 square is a question, you know. But you don't have to go into b4. This could backfire. So knight b4, a3, queen takes knight c2. You're threatening knight in. So, okay, you've got knight b4, queen takes d8 check. Maybe he has some weird-ass move. Like queen e2. Is that the problem here? Do you have a problem? Just queen b3, some weird-ass move after knight b4. Not trading queens. Can he punish you? And your stray knight on b4. Like, you might have to do something weird, like knight b4, queen e2, a5, a3, knight a6, or something like that. Because otherwise your knight, like, doesn't have a square. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, that's why knight b4 is a mistake. He can avoid the exchange of queens. This happened in a game. Oh, wow. So I was thinking this, but I saw this too. I mean, obviously, here, here, any square that avoids the exchange of queens. Queen e3 also attacks this guy. So a5, and if a3, you have a4, then it's a bit awkward for white. So he could sack his queen, but that's probably not good. So I assume, I don't know what I assume. Maybe knight c3. You're going to lose b5, which isn't great, you know, but your position remains playable. Actually, you have this, queen b6 in some positions. So I don't know what's going on. It looks like, yeah, you played okay, and it was safer to not play knight b4. You had to calculate here. Maybe you made this move too quickly. But this is definitely a mistake. Trading queens is definitely a mistake. Yeah, queen b6, bishop e3. I know. And now the question is, are you better, worse, or equal? And should you consider taking with a knight? Only thing is, okay, you're threatening knight c2. I mean, I would normally take with the king and then put my king on e7. It's like a c3 Sicilian. But it's not so simple, because if you take with the king... Okay, sometimes you can also put like bishop on d7 to just block this stuff. In the c3, it's basically a c3 Sicilian endgame. You can play like bishop e7. Sometimes it's not a big deal. So this isn't necessarily bad for black. If a3 knight here obviously wins, so he has to play like something awkward, right? Knight a3 with a face hugger on b4. You're in good shape. But I mean, you know, keeping the forward knight on c6 is advantageous for you, I would think. You don't mind having your king in the endgame in the center anyway. Maybe you're not threatening anything, and that's the problem. So, okay. So he just plays knight c3. Okay, this is important, right? Because this doesn't quite cut it. You know, he has rook d1 check. Then you have to meet the threat. And then he has time to save his other rook. So we would need to calculate this. This gets kind of weird. And maybe white is still a little better. Yeah. That's a problem. That's a problem. I don't know if you saw that, but that's a problem. This is a serious problem. If he plays knight a3, you're golden. You know, you're fine. But if he has this move, or like check first, oh man. And after this, you're gonna have to play a5 now. You're gonna have to get creative here. Maybe even knight a6, and you know, I could see scenarios where you probably have to give up a bishop. You're gonna have to give up one of your bishops for his strong knight or something like that. And white's probably better. All right, so knight takes. It's not great either, but you don't get forced to play a5 maybe. But here he doesn't have this trick, so this is important. Knight takes is important. Arsenal calculates this. If white has to play knight a3, then it was worth it, you know, to retreat your knight. But the question is, now he has no knight c3, knight d5. So you've got the face hugger on b4. He can't get it off his face. He's like, help! Help! Get me to the med bay! Get it off! And knight a3, but castles is a move we'd rather not play. Get me to the med bay. I want it off my face. Knight b4 is hard to remove because he can't move this knight anywhere. Thus, the facehugger terminology. So instead of castles, I like to be the active king. Notice he doesn't have knight c3, knight e4 here, screwing your bishop on c5. So what's he gonna do? You know, what's he gonna do? Go bishop g5 check? Fine. I'll play f6 all day, because our e6 is so weak. You know, it's protected by 3 different pieces, right? He's got nothing there. I think this is a better move, probably. Think about it. If you're white, how do you attack black's king? You're gonna do like knight h4, king f6. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, that's an idea. That's an idea. Maybe knight h4 is his best shot, something like that. But still, I mean, dude, you can go here. I don't really believe in this. I think I'd rather have my king in the center. All the bullshit he can do, it's like it's like a buffet. All the bullshit you can eat. F6, you got nothing, you know. The knight on a3 fucks up his whole position. Maybe you think it's a little experimental. I mean, you're gonna walk your king to like f6. Oh yeah. Oh no, okay, in this position, yeah, maybe. Although at least he could probably like get his pieces back, you know, into the middle. Here, something like this. You're still fine. And ultimately, you're better with this just the central pawn. But I think, yeah, it's good. So you castled. It's okay too, but I'd prefer to have the king in the center. You actually arranged it anyway because you played f6. You got to get your bishop not to be a problem, but you stopped knight e5. This is your primary thing. Okay, stopping knight e5. But you obviously also have this. You have knight f7. Unfortunately, you can't develop your bishop naturally. You also have rook f7, rook here, but you can't do that. Okay, you have to go a little awkward. You have to move your knight first then, somewhere. Here. Not a problem. You have a backup facehugger. That's awesome. There's another one where that came from. There's another one loose in the lab. I thought we killed it. There's another one. Oh no. Alright. Knight on dc6. The backup facehugger. This is awkward. He can't move his rook. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? You could beat a grandmaster in this position. This is how I beat this guy, Heikki Kallio. Heikki allowed the facehugger in a Scandinavian, in Knight f6 Scandinavian. It's just like, what are you gonna do? I mean, you can't go rook c1 because you lose your a pawn. You can't move any of your pieces. You're like frozen. Now the backup facehugger is like decisive. What is this guy gonna do? Is he gonna do like knight e1? He has to play like knight e1, dude. I would play knight e1 and retreat, and then you're playing e5 and your other bishop's coming in. Oh my god, what went wrong here? So he does this move that gives him knight d2. What does this even do? e5, take that. Now h3, stopping bishop g4, but constructing nothing, right? You have a huge endgame. You've got bishop f5, but I'm afraid that Arsenal might overpress or play too fast here. You don't want to play h6 and like weaken yourself. You can play g5. That's the standard idea. I mean, a second front here. Maybe you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but seriously, in this type of old Indian endgame, you get like a second front and ram this pawn down his throat on the king's side. Yeah. Superfluous. So bishop f5 looks good, but I'm not sure you have any concrete threats. Let's see. Okay, g4. Ooh, that's annoying. You know, you have bishop e4, but okay, let's say you had played g5. You know, you think Homie would have probably played like g4, wouldn't he? Knowing him, he probably would have played this anyway. I mean, you could try to strike first, something like, I'm sure this is fine, but it's not the safest continuation in the world. So he does g4. Now if you go to g6, he's knight h4. You have this move, but you're hanging out in midair there, and I'm not sure exactly what the follow-up is. If you say like knight h4, what do you do? This is my kind of position, Arsenal fan. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see from you. Like, controlled aggression, no fear. But you know, solid. Constructive accumulation of advantages. You have an almost winning position, and the guy doesn't even know it yet. You know, just because of the strong pawn on e5. But I don't know. You know, maybe bishop e4. This is solid, though. So very hard for him to swap pieces or whatever. Can he play knight d2? Can he play g5? If he plays g5, you can ignore it. So he does rook d2. Does this do anything? Does nothing. Does nothing. I mean, a2 is still hanging. He can't do anything. So now you did... Oh my god, he hangs his a2 pawn? Are you serious? See, that's the problem. He does rook d2, but he can't go rook d1 because... Wait a minute. He wants to play maybe b3? Alright, so if he wants to do it that way, I wonder if... So if he played b3, you would just play rook d8. And you're threatening to trade rooks and take his a pawn. But it doesn't matter, right? I mean, what's he going to do? It doesn't look like rook d2 helps him. I mean, maybe he figured you go rook d8. He can just, like, take back with a knight or something. But this doesn't make sense to play, like, rook d1 and just lose his a pawn for nothing. Well, the only way to address it is to trade rooks. Or play something retarded, like rook e2. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this doesn't look good, but why did he put the rook on d2 in the first place? I think rook d2 is weird. You know, like, he needs to find a plan here. Some kind of plan here. I don't know. It's not good. This is not a plan. And this is not a plan. Like, losing your a2 pawn is not a plan. This is not a plan. He loses the a2 pawn and his dark square bishop on c3. What the fuck just happened? This is terrible. Oh my god. So he finds knight b1. So that way at least he can avoid having his pawn structure smashed. So he's a clear pawn down with no compensation. But wait. His bishop can't move. So we don't have to take right away. I mean, you can, and you're just up a clear pawn in a winning endgame. But yeah, you should wait and be patient here and improve your position. Rook c8 looks good. I think that king f7 is a move that should be played sooner rather than later. King f7, g6, slowly. Maybe not g6 too early because you might allow some sort of g5. This looks okay. Here, nothing move. And then he gets his bishop retreat squares. This is interesting. I'm not sure if you should take or not. You know, I'm curious what the computer will say. You have the strange, the facehugger 1 and facehugger 2. You know, a facehugger is, it's got to be as good as that dark square bishop on like e1. Honestly, I feel like you shouldn't take his bishop necessarily. Like, the computer's probably not gonna go for knight takes c3, but it might. I'm sure that whatever you do here, you're like +3, plus 2.5. I nailed it. Knight takes c3 is the 4th best move, and you're plus 2.5. I called the evaluation exactly. I just want to say, you know, 2.5 center pawns. Well, pawns. Whole pawns. You're up 2.5 whole pawns. I don't know if it showed that. It didn't display that right. I'm not cheating, am I? But I mean, this is so strong. Say you go here. You know, I don't know. Say you go king f7, and he goes bishop e1, and you go here. Now, ask me. You know, tell me honestly, is this bishop on e1 better than that knight on b4? And honestly, you know, okay, you have redundant knights like Chess Zebra said, but one redundant knight is controlling this crushing square. The other one is like controlling these crushing squares. I mean, I think that they're both good, you know. So even redundant knights can be crushingly strong. But the secret is the pawn on e5. That just wins the game, you know. Okay, he lost the pawn, but it was the e5 pawn that won the game. Not the fact that you won the a2 pawn. Necessarily. You know, it's over already. So knight takes c3 still. Okay. My one fear here is that he gets in on some kind of white square crap. If he can get some kind of white square crap going, with this could be a problem. Like, you know, the last thing you want here is to like let him get away with a draw and some kind of opposite colored bishops, or to end up in a scenario where he gets like two good knights against like knight and bad bishop or something like that. How awkward is what? Knight c3. Let's say, okay, let's say like you did king f7, he plays bishop e1, you play knight b4, knight c3. Well, no, it's a normal move. That's probably what he would do. But, I mean, you could go back in here, you know, and then what's he gonna do? Bishop d2. You're still fine. I don't know. You know, now you can like pin him with rook d8. He can still stick his knight on d5. It's unclear. All right, knight c3 is can't be that bad, but be careful of the white squares. So our main problem is the white squares. There's this and this. So if you go here, for example, he has, you're controlling d5, let's say. Well, you can still stick the knight on d5. You can't stop him. He has very good control of d5. With the best d5. Knight d4 may be a good move. What else can you do? I mean, standard sort of king f7. He also has knight e4. But this looks fine. It's forcing, and when you capture and you recapture, you tie him down to b2. I think it's a good move. The white has to remain calm and carry on. Like Liz Truss. There was a video somewhere. The Viagra Boys did a concert. I don't know where. They're from Sweden, and they were like, "Fuck the British government, fuck the U.S. government." I agree wholeheartedly. All right, knight d4. If knight d2, rook d8, knight d5. What? b5. Oh, undermining the knight on d5. Sure. Sure, like you can allow that to go there and then undermine it with b5. Absolutely. There's a lot of game left, you know. So he plays knight d2, and now you played bishop b4, and then he plays bishop g2. So there's this white square theme, you know. Gotta be careful here. b6, bishop b7, b5. You have b5. b5, bishop a6, bishop b7 still. Shit. What happens on b5? We're gonna have to use pure calculation here. I don't really want to trade pawns, you know. You don't really want to trade pawns. Jesse saying the obvious. Captain Obvious, yes, but at the end of all that stuff, white's going to have some kind of bishop takes b7, exploding our queen side into little pieces. So If we do bishop takes c3, yes, this should be the first variation you look at. Takes, takes. Arsenal did it. But I'm worried about this. You know, this IUD, what do you call it? It's an intrauterine device. What do they call it? Those exploding devices? Whatever. It's a flashbang grenade. Call it something, an IUD. IED. Knight e2 check. This is going to blow up over here. So I'm worried about this at the end. King f1, knight takes e3, his rook's hanging. Now he attacks our rook. And here's my problem. Knight d5, motherfucker. Knight d5. But wait, Arsenal fan. Your opponent has rook b1. And now knight f4 and bishop takes b7. So this is kind of what I was worried about. But it looks like Arsenal, Arsenal has some calculation going on. I don't know about this though. I'm a little worried about this. Is this really enough? And should we have gone into this? Camel culture. Nice emote. So Arsenal fan is capable of a very good calculation. And he usually has a lot of time. But I think that this is like a minefield, a calculation minefield here. We want to maximize our chances of winning. This is a very long variation. Bishop takes c3, takes, knight e2 check, takes, rook there. Is there a simpler way we could play this somehow, I think you want to avoid exchanges of pawns because you're up a pawn in an endgame, two bishops. If we can help Camp Culture, nice to see you. We had a follow or something. WJ Loof resubscribed. Yeah, what's up? You're here. WJ Loof, subscribe. Tier 1. John Fetterman. He's completely gone Republican now. Alright. So, our old friend John Fetterman. Flip-flopping. Alright. Bishop takes c3. So what are our alternatives? Can we not lose our whole queen side? Can we keep it simple somehow? I'm just thinking if this was my game and I was playing in the Hungarian Team Championship and my team had to win this game. Yeah, fuck Fetterman. Fuck the US government. Fuck the British government and fuck Fetterman. What about no, seriously, what about rook b8? I know this is passive, but can we just savor the flavor of this position? I think the important thing to ask yourself is like, what is my opponent threatening? Like, basically, do the Beavis and Butthead kind of thing. Okay, knight d5. Taking is out of the question. Well, not completely, but I prefer not to. So now we have to move our bishop. There's no great square, like this. He's all over us. True. Taking is sub-optimal. Check, check. King f8. Ops color bishops. Still great winning chances, but not as good as it was. Yeah, I agree. This is a little annoying. Rook b8's too passive. b6 allows bishop b7. I mean, your position is so good that after like something like b6, just to illustrate, Arsenal fans' position is so good, like b6, bishop b7, you could probably sack the exchange with rook takes c4, and I think you're better. But it's probably a draw, objectively. Like, your position is so good you could sack the exchange, but it's a draw. I don't know what to do. I was thinking b5. There, again, bishop b7, wait. Now we attack the bishop. He takes on a6. You take on c4. Did you look at this? I don't like trading a lot of pawns here. Knight d5 again? Oh, knight d5 again. Yeah, it's knight d5 again, huh? No, this is the fork here is a problem. All right. Well, I mean, you kind of convinced me. I think you convinced me. We reluctantly have to do this. All right. And now you have options. You could even go back. I guess this has to be seriously considered. Also passive. And then we're going to see the usual stuff. Yeah. So I guess you had to do what you did. You know, be very careful here. Check. King f1 takes. Rook c1. The good thing is he can't go to b1. Rook c1. Now, rook d8. Bishop takes e4. Check is possible. This is kind of borderline. Yeah, this is dangerous. Yeah, knight c6 feels passive. It is passive. If it looks like a duck and quack like a duck, it's probably Republican. We all suspected Fetterman was Republican secretly from the beginning, right? W.J. Leaf. But he just pretended to be like a progressive. All right, rook c1. Now, Arsenal fan though, when did you see knight d5? You know, how early in the calculation process? This is such a cool move. I don't know if it's good, but I'm curious, like what stage you saw that move. Maybe it was just a matter of self-preservation. You know, you can play bishop takes c4 check. But is this problematic? Well, I mean, okay, he moves his king, you play like bishop e6, he takes this pawn, then he's getting the other pawn, then it's a fucking draw, right? That's the danger. 4-on-3 kingside draw, you know? This is a seriously dangerous situation. But I'm concerned in all variations. I think my whole concern about this whole variation going into the whole thing is like both these pawns are going to fall, ultimately. When he gets the bishop to g2, I'm very concerned we're going to like lose a 2-for-1 sort of thing. Like once one of them falls, the other one's going to fall. And exactly that's my problem. We're likely to find ourselves in one of these like 4 versus 3. Bishop c4, knight c4, bishop d5. Nice shot. Okay. So that's out of the question anyway. Check, takes here, knight d5. This is a stopgap. It is nice you have that knight f4 though. That's a really good square for your knight. So rook b1, knight f4. Now rook takes b7. Your rook in game is winning. You're like 2 pawns up. So rook b7, knight g2. Just take on g2, take on c4. You're 2 pawns up in a rook in game. It has to be winning. I think. Can he do this? Yeah, because he's defended. If you check, like bishop takes c4, the endgame is also kind of iffy. Great knight and rook, but I'm not 100% sure that you're winning. I mean, it looks pretty good, but he's going to have like a zillion checks. Like, how are you going to... You're going to have to play here. Is this winning? Very marginal, you know, I don't know. I would rather avoid this, you know. So, rook d8, king e1. Is that a good move? Does he have a square to put his knight on? Well, not really. He doesn't want to lose his pawn with check, so he has to, yeah. Then here. You don't want to lose your pawn. Is a c pawn dangerous? So your a pawn is starting to go to a2. Rook a1, knight d3 check, king e2, and now knight takes f2. But you might have an alternative. So if you play knight c5, bishop c6, A4, bishop takes A4. What do you guys think about this? This alternative of not taking on F2. I don't know. Do you want to trade this? Oh, so knight c5 actually. You have that shot immediately. Fuck. Oh, wow. So yes, yeah, but wait a minute now. Let's make sure the knight doesn't get trapped in the corner. Bishop c6, rook d2, king d2, check. Here, it does get trapped in the corner, but you win the bishop endgame. The bishop takes c4. All right. So knight c5 looks good. Wow, he's still got a defense. Fuck, bishop d5. That holds. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Bishop d5. You probably saw that. No, it's key because that knight f4 check is a big one. Knight c5, bishop d5 is too good. It's too good for white. Shit. I mean, here you're threatening to take another pawn with knight takes h3. This is pretty serious. I mean, you're threatening to have 4-on-1 on the king's side. I think he's lost. I think he's lost. I think this is good, bro. Yeah, this is a nice move, Arsenal. This isn't gonna save him. He's toast. Now Arsenal played bishop g2. No. Oh, fuck, he did that. Oh, my God. I can't believe he did that. Don't do like the Ding-Loren, you know, like bishop h1 or something. What was it? Bishop a8. Remember how Ding-Loren lost the world championship? Or whatever? Knight f2, king f2, bishop h1. Well, bishop c6 is a solid choice. I think that this would probably be my go-to. You got e4 and a4 is coming. And if he plays knight b1, it's like game over. So he's fucked. Knight b3, a4, knight c5. This is totally winning. Bishop g2, dude, that's a weird move. I mean, it's very dangerous. Maybe it works, you know, but I think you're gambling a little with a freaky move like that. He can't play king g3 because of rook b3 check. I'm not sure if his last move was optimal, but this is winning. 4 against 0. Oops. No king f7. Yeah, he lives for the cute moves, playing for the gallery. That's ideal when you have a team tournament. When you play in like a league, you want to play like really crazy moves and make your opponent and make your teammates have like heart attacks and stuff. Not what you want to see in the team tournament. Anyway, good game. All right, well played. So next is move 11. I got another game here. Wow, what do we got? Camel Clutcher. Camel Clutcher. National Master, December, March. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Colorado closed. 2026. The Wall. This is great. Herman. Wall Herman. And Herman Wall. No, Herman Wall. Herman Wall is not a person. Well, there probably is a Herman Wall out there somewhere, but all right, Herman Wall. So I know who Wall is. Now we know who both are. All right, copy. The Epic Colorado closed. The Mike Valvo Memorial. All right, so where are we gonna put this? Add a new chapter here. I hope that works. All right, cool. So that will do next, after the other ones. So Matthew, we can wait. Actually, let's do director because he's here or was here. This is a blitz game anyway, or rapid. So our director, he submitted a rapid game. He's a subscriber. The other games are longer. This one we don't have to spend so much time on. So I was gonna face an opponent. I could have faced an opponent on Sunday last week who plays the Makaganov, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I don't really love playing against the Makaganov. This is one of White's best systems. Move 11 is here. We'll do your game next. Castles. I was talking about the same issue with one of my students, but the Makaganov is similar in that the bishop on g7. It's a lot of times Black automatically plays e5 to play a true King's Indian, but I'm not convinced like that's really Black's best way to play, objectively. So anyway, castles is necessary. Now there's different moves. We saw another one from you before, bishop e3, and this discourages c5 but doesn't prevent it. But I think, knight a6 is, because the light square bishop is dead forever, White's light square bishop? Maybe that's the thinking. I don't know. I mean, it's just a traditional way for Black to play the King's Indian with e5. But I think my bishop's dead too, If you play a Benoni, your bishop's not dead, as you know. But see, nobody's really getting phased. If you play the white side of the Makaganov, they're not really phased by the Benoni, because they're going to transfer to some kind of variation that's also common in the Benoni. But Black plays c6 now, and you play g4, which is wow. Dlugi played this against me, the c6 a6, and I think he got it from back years ago in like 1990, I don't know. When I played Dlugi, it was a long time ago. It was like 1995 or something. 96, 95. But I think that Max probably got it from Soltis. Soltis was playing... Soltis was always doing the A6, C6, and they're both New York players, and it was probably... It's a good system. But G4 typically is a move that is a bit weird with the center not defined. I mean, are you going to play like the 5 pawns attack here? But let's just see what happens here. There's like 9 games with a6, and now what does White do? But I mean, I want to know who these players are. Fernandez Hernandez, Hendrik Tabat, Nicholas Walkinger, who I think is some kind of over-the-board player, Martinez, Bo Chang, and Krishna. But I mean, there's no name players here, so I don't know. I wouldn't play g4 here, personally. I don't really understand what, like, our plan is. Look, somebody played f4. This is, like, ridiculous. It looks kind of ridiculous, to be honest. I find this hard to believe in. But I guess you can play whatever when you're like 25, 40. It looks a bit too much. I mean, I'm suspicious. Karpov did g4 in the Pierts. Yeah, on like move 25 or something, move 11, sure. So, g4... I think he was castled, and it was a Fianchetto Pierce, and it was like move 25. So anyway, I don't know. G4 for me, it's a little bit weird. But I would stick with something principled, you know. But whatever. Okay, G4. This is a ridiculous move. Queen C7. Black just it just doesn't do anything. Like, this move literally doesn't do anything. If you want to play E5, you can play E5. What does it do? Here, E5. So we didn't need Queen C7 to play that. There's some argument that maybe Queen C7 is a worse square than D8, but I hate Queen C7 in the King's Indian. In the old Indian, you like put it there because it has to go there because your bishop's on E7. It's better on E7, so he could have played, you know, E5 and Queen E7. Now A5, okay, a standard leg move, knight G3, and now knight E8, which is horrible. But, you know, black has no active plan. You know, E5 is a bad idea. So he defeated his own position with, like, C6. You know, he should play C6 and A6. Black has a very bad game here. He's, like, strategically lost. He has no space. Black doesn't know what to do. He's a typical victim of the Makaganov and having no plan. But F5 is going to get smoked. You know, you can't play F5. He has no plan. He has nothing. He's, like, strategically lost. Now he goes there, and of course, like, that's a better square than C7. But it's, like, late, you know. So you need to secure G4 in order to play H4, H5. You castle queenside. So the problem is he also has this. That's not a good move. So F3. If you play F3, what does black do? I think his only move is like bishop F6. It's a nightmare. This is like a nightmare sort of check Benoni, where you try to stop this. But honestly, I mean, even this position, King F3. I think even this position would be good. You want to defend G4 and then play H4, H5, and black can't go here. Black can't go here. Well, you're saying yeah. Okay, King F2, threatening bishop G5. I had a tactic puzzle with like bishop H6 the other day. the Lee chess tactic puzzles gave me like this one here. White to move and win, like bishop G5, and then it defended with bishop H6. But that doesn't matter because you just want a piece, you know. Bishop takes, rook takes. So anyway, that was fun. Really hard puzzle. All right, so you castle queenside. Your position looks pretty good. And now F6. F6, F3. I would assume F6, F3, and you're threatening H4, H5, so what does he do? So I guess H4, H5, he has G5. Okay, you have to be careful with that. This is a little tricky. It is a little tricky. Okay, I've had games like this where I had a game at the World Senior Team Championship in 2024 where the computer said I should have done F4. And you got to be very careful about doing F4 because you can lose the E5 square. But in this case, you know, it may be one of those situations where it's actually good. But again, there's no substitute for calculation. If we play F4, they'll take, and maybe black can try to plug this knight over on E5 or something. You know? You have to be careful when you play F4 that you're not abandoning the dark squares and giving him some sort of permanent outpost on E5. Rook F7, bishop F8. Pretty ugly, but yeah. Queenside castles, F6, and now... So what does the computer want you to play? Bishop takes C5. Well, this move is always possible. But that's a computer. Okay. I mean, if his bishop gets in the game, you're in trouble. Takes, D6. Queen, D7. Blockading with the queen. Always best. Now, how do you get your light square bishop in the game? Arsenal fan mentioned that earlier. There's knight A4. So I guess that's that. That's pretty much it. we'll get the bishop in there later, but once this goes, it's pretty much over. So I guess black is toast. Bishop takes c5 takes d6, and he can't defend c5. Yeah. He can't maintain the position. He's either going to get hit by d7 or he loses c5 and then loses the blockade on d7. His best defense is something like this. No, there is no defense. All right, so that was just a tactical miss. You played f4. It's a rapid game. Now f5. And it's too much. You know, it's too much. He should play g5, of course. But this is too much. You're going to crush him on the h-file. And you eventually have a sacrifice somewhere. You could triple on the h-file. This is overwhelming. There's nothing to see here, folks. Just move along. And now b5. Horrible. You took here, but I mean, you take on c6, you take on b5. You win everything. I don't know why take on g6 at that moment. So you're totally missing the point over here. You're just killing him. You take on c6, you take on b5, and then you land on d5. You have a million wins. It's an easy game. This is over. So you kind of played on the wrong side there. Like, maybe his bishop can get open. Speaking of Andy Soltis. Also, a very famous game by Reshevsky, where he got this kind of shit, you know, with the h-pawn all the way down there. Knight h5, allowing... Don't know what's going on here. Knight h5, yeah. It's weird. I don't know, you just, like, ignored him over there? But he was committing suicide with c6. Yeah, you're totally, like, not looking... what he's doing over there, it doesn't work. It's like, well, now it's a little different because maybe he'll attack your rook on h1 or something, but you obviously could have taken. You're totally focused way too much only on the king side, yeah. So he gets some kind of counterplay. Now he forced you to take, but this is classic. That's really a classic scenario. The bishop on g7 is bad, and your white square bishop gets good. Here. And I certainly don't want to take this bishop unless I have to. But I guess you saw h4, bishop g4, didn't like that or something. I would imagine that, like, even this is good because even if he has bishop g4, I mean, you might have stuff like queen d3. You have to watch this, though. Yeah, it's too complicated. So knight takes g7 is not ideal, but you're still winning. You're still winning. His position is so bad. You could have played knight f6 check. He would have to give up the exchange. That's probably good enough. I mean, it is just good enough. So if you take, you're losing your queen, but you can sack a queen maybe. I was just thinking bishop takes, rook takes d5, knight takes d5. Nah, this is too much. So it's difficult to calculate this in the time scramble. You have 4 minutes. And the computer says like queen f3, but I don't know. You know, I mean, the pawns are advancing. But I guess the point is, like, you have this, maybe. You can take on f4 if he plays e4. Here, you wanted to take back with the queen on c2, probably. That's not necessary. He doesn't have to take. This is a really random game. You're finally... Even now, I don't know. He's still got counterplay. With the strong knight and all those pawns. That's obviously not great to have to do. So, yeah, I mean, he could have moved his king. He moves his king, and then he can interfere with the knight, right? And suddenly, it's not clear. So this knight h6 is a huge mistake. He's still in the game after king g7. He can stick the knight on g3. This is terrible. At least his knight completely out of the game. So he's basically down a piece now. If you think about it. He's effectively down a piece. You're like up a rook. Practically. Black could even be better. Yeah, I mean, it's 2 connected past pawns. Right, right. WJ with what? Oh, my playing style is somewhere between Tile and Petrosian. That's like me. That's funny. I like that. I like that. You know, but Petrosian, you know, they both, you know, it's interesting. It's a funny quote. Because they both, Petrosian could play very sharply, and Tile could play very safely too. It's funny. Yeah, this is a blitz game now, but you should be winning. Yeah, you don't want to screw around here. I mean, you want to take this pawn. He has all Isolanis now. Leaving him with these two dangerous pawns. Uh-oh. Are you winning? Wow, it's a draw. Theoretical draw. Thank you, table base. So at this point, if you go c4 and try to win the pawn, it seems like the best practical try. But it's too late. His knight will be in time. He's just in time, you know. But I feel like that's the way you should try. Did you manage to win this somehow? Wow. There's one winning move for white here. Rook e8 getting behind. Very difficult to know that. Then they have like no time left. But this is awkward. And you won by time. Nice time forfeit. Alright. Move 11 is next. And then Wall Herman. Alright, so move 11 with white. This is from Marshall. Marshall under 2000 last week, I think. My fan keeps turning off. So I need ventilation. Ventilation is key. I read an interesting article. Some Chinese researchers, they studied people who were concentrating for long periods of time. Check this out. Very interesting thing. I don't know if it's really worthwhile, but they had research subjects. So concentrating, playing games, and doing tasks where they had to concentrate for a long period of time. And they gave them either still water or sparkling water. And check it out. Like, the people who had sparkling water had better concentration and performed better than the people with still water. So there's some theory that the like carbon dioxide in the sparkling water has some kind of effect. Yeah. The sparkling water has some kind of effect in your mouth. Bob says edging also helps. So anyway, just wanted to share that. We've been channeling Bob a lot lately. So if you're edging and you drink sparkling sparkling water is better. I'm just always looking for tips to improve my concentration, my performance in concentration. The mouthfeel. No, it's something there, man. It's possible. It's it's more fun to drink sparkling water. You're less likely to get bored. It's easy to get bored with It's easy to get bored with still water. All right, so with that thought, move 11, who's only here for his game. He never comments on the other games. E4, C5, knight F3, E6, D4, CD4, knight D4, A6. So we're playing the white side of a con Sicilian with bishop D3. I'll tell you something, move 11. You'll have to ask Bob about that. Move 11, I had a thought. Sparkling water is an acquired taste. Well, it's way more common in Europe. It's like the Perrier and the French. In high school, my French, I didn't have French, but my friends took French, and the French teacher always brought in like bottles of Perrier water. Like that was really a cool cultural thing. So the French and their Perrier, and then of course like in Hungary, we have a lot of sparkling water all over Eastern Europe. Very common. Gerolsteiner is the best. So yeah, it's not an American thing. It's funny, the Americans never really caught on the sparkling water thing till recently. All right, so knight takes d4, a6. Here's my question, right? I've always played bishop d3. I've like discriminated against static water. I like that. Static versus dynamic water. So dynamic water is better than static water. Okay. But it's bad for your gastrointestinal. I get a lot of indigestion. You get like burping and stuff. Not good. So a6, a mix, the ideal is a mix of 60% dynamic water with 40% static water. Knight takes d4, a6. What about knight c3, move 11? Have you played this? I'm thinking, I've always played bishop d3. But I started having second thoughts about it, Move 11, maybe you did play this too. Rishevsky flavored. Hot dog flavored water. Alright, bishop d3. I mean, maybe knight c3 is a bit more dynamic. I kind of like these lines where they go b5, bishop d3. I had one game, a blitz game recently, where I was able to later play like knight c3 back to d1, where it reinforced the center. I was castle king side. So anyway, this is standard stuff. Queen c7, okay, queen e2. So, move 11, you had the other game where you did something wrong here, right? Didn't you? Don't remember. Move 11 had another game where you did something different. It's not a Najdorf. White hasn't played knight c3. Well, I mean, you could. In the other line? Well, no. Black's played e6. I mean, yeah, it could transpose to a Najdorf if you... No, favorable Najdorf, I don't know how to get a favorable Najdorf. But this position now is white threatening e5. So I had people play some weird stuff against me, like h5. Jesus. This has been played. That's like what's his name from the tournament Tuesdays? Aldisto would play stuff like h5 against me. Let me see if I've had this position how many times with white. With white, please. Yeah, h5 twice. Yeah, Aldisto twice played this against me. Well, I don't have a good score there. Look at that. h5 Aldisto twice, and he has a win and a draw with black. Bishop c5. Excel poker. That was before Camel Culture was born. Okay, Bishop C5, 2020. He's like a 4-year-old from India. I was just thinking. I heard about the 3-year-old who's like expert strength, but do they like change his diapers during the game, or how does it work? Like, I don't understand. What happened to Excel Poker? Good question. He was no, I think he quit chess or something. I think he said he quit chess. Yeah, he was sick of chess. Okay. So Bishop C5, and this is my game with Excel Poker. So I also played Knight B3. What's your other option? Knight F3. So Excel Poker played Bishop A7 against me. More dynamic than your opponent, move 11. These are USCF ratings. Oh, C3 is possible. Yeah, that's cool. That's like a Michael Adams thing. Oh man, Michael Adams had this game against this guy Keklidze where he just destroyed him. This guy I just couldn't stand from the World Senior. He's played a couple World Seniors. He's horrible. He's like a big slob. But it was a different line. I mean, the guy played it early, and Adams sacked his D pawn after like Knight C6. It was something like this. It would have been effectively something like this. Like, Mickey was able to get some huge initiative, sacking a pawn. Yeah, C3, you could see like games where Geller did stuff like that. Just a second, guys. I have to fix my underwear. It's falling down. Alright, so yeah, C3, okay, it's not exactly a macho man's move, but I'll accept it as a suggestion. There was a similar game by Geller that we analyzed on the stream. So it's a matter of taste. Okay, huge question. Can you play E5? Either way, like, what did I do against Excel Poker? Did I try to play E5? Because I could play E5, right? I think I had already had a game where this went south against somebody. But I mean, there's no Knight G4, so he has to play Knight D5. I don't know if I trust Black's position here. There's nothing defending his kingside. If it was a longer game, I think I might have played E5. I played Knight C3, like, hoping to play E5. And now he played H5. What if Excel Poker and Aldisto are the same person secretly? Have we ever seen Excel Poker and Aldisto in the same tournament? Suspicious. But Aldisto was from Germany, and Excel Poker was from Sweden. H3. This was my game. B5. I still didn't play E5. Why didn't I play E5 here? Was I afraid of B4? This is crazy. I mean, this can't be good for Black. That can't be good for Black. Well, wait, let's not take it too seriously. I mean, it was like a blitz game, whatever. Alright, this is not important. Your opponent plays, although Bishop A7 is a move, this looks safer. But here's the question, move 11. Can you and should you play E5? There are variations where Knight G4 so there are variations where Knight E8 gets played, sometimes in the Kahn Paulsen, right? Where white plays E5, black plays Knight. Paulsen himself, Queen E5 is the point of Queen E2. One of them, for sure. And so, the main point, maybe. But, I mean, here's what I'm saying. Like, Paulsen himself played games where he allowed E5, retreated Knight E8, and then was able to counterattack white center with, like, D6. But here you don't have Knight E8. What are you going to do? You got to put your knight on D5. It's a whole different ball game, I mean, what's this guy planning after Knight D5? What are you going to do? You're going to play A3, and then what? You're headed for Arsenal fan land. There's no face huggers in this position. He's got his queen on C7, his bishop on E7, queen on C7. If you play Knight D5, A3, what does Black do? You think he has time maybe to play b5? Shit. Well, I mean, I don't think there's another option there. Maybe he has something better than, I don't know. Yeah, c4 is probably the engine's move. Then he has time for d6, but it's a passive setup. This is a pretty passive variation. Zeus. That's it. That's it. Just for that, I will forever now refer to you as Zeus. For that comment. Zeus Tamash. So, bishop e7. Let's see e5. Oh shit, it's the best move. Oh shit, it's the best move. Oh no, you allow the facehugger. You just played the Alekhine here. Boom, boom, allow it. Come in, my little friend. This is best. I wouldn't have found it. But interestingly enough, it looks like knight c3 isn't good enough. Because you lose a pawn, obviously. Well, we can forgive move 11 for not wanting to do that. You know, I would have seriously considered a3. When black can play even b5. That would be tricky though. Trick them into playing b5 and then haha play a4. That'd be pretty funny, actually. I like that. So you do a3 and then b5 a4. So their actual best move is to play d6. But that's what they would do. I mean, that is what they would do. And then a3 looks kind of stupid. All right. So move 11 will forgive you. You played c4. It's a good move. After everything's said and done, he plays a good move. c4. Simple. Okay, Sparkle Horse has no games here. Masters database? There are games, but nothing recent. Ach Portish Lajos 2004. And Eingorn from 88 with black. Akopian from 2012. Now black played what? d6, standard, right? We could transpose to something. Knight c3. Now it's really a standard line. Wow, black put his knight on c6. That's kind of weird, you know? Strapunski, I could see doing that with like g6, bishop g7, knight c6. Knight c6. Maybe this guy should play the Scheveningen instead. If he likes putting his knight on c6. Definitely not a Najdorf player. It's not such a bad move. I mean, you're setting yourself up for like rook c1, bishop d2, knight d5 or something. It can't be that bad. But it's just not a standard move. Looks like b6 is the best score. This is flexible. Klaus Bischoff played it. Bischoff loves the Sicilian. He plays the Sicilian with white. What's up, my fellow facehuggers? We have great facehugger themes today. Knight c6, unusual move, okay. Sandro Mareco, that guy's a grandmaster, right? Now. And then f4. And my teammate, Janos Dudas, has a game from 2001. I don't know. That's the same Jan Dudas. That doesn't really make sense. There must be more than one Dudas. That's weird. Could he have dropped from like 2400 to 2238? Between like 1997 and 2001? That's hard to believe. There can't be another one, though. He must have tanked a lot of points. He got banned for like spitting on someone at one point. He was banned from playing in FIDE tournaments for like a year or something for like spitting on an opponent. Not a good scene. But I will not judge people until I've walked a mile in their shoes. Banned for spitting on opponents. Not nice. He spit on my friend too, but he wasn't. He wasn't playing him. I only have the story like secondhand. He's like Speaking of camel, Camel's doing this all the time. He's like spitting on all of his opponents. Llama culture. That's ridiculous. Camel culture, you of all people should know about like spitting on your opponents, right? I can't stop. I can't keep my composure. I'm sorry. I rarely start like laughing and crying. That was pretty funny. I'm talking about spitting on opponents, and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking like, there's camel culture. He's literally named camel culture, and we've got someone in the database who spit on his opponents. It happened once in a poker game too. I had this one guy who like spit on the dealer. It's like not a good thing to do. Castles, bishop e3, b6, rook ac1, and now we're threatening the big one, the big gulp. This is my student. Had this position, I think, against my student. That's you know, it's funny. The game I had a few years ago against this GM, who's an alcoholic, and I certainly drink a lot, and I've been borderline, but I was thinking like, he disappeared from the board after the first 10 moves, came back, and he developed like the worst case of hiccups I've ever heard. Suddenly, as soon as he came back, I was like, damn, how much Palinka did this guy like drink? He must have drank like half a bottle. Like in the interim before between the opening and like move 15, at some point he like went out with his teammate and they must have drank a whole bottle of Palinka or something. The guy literally like couldn't stop hiccuping at the board. It was like a cartoon, you know, when the drunk sailor in like Popeye or whatever, Bugs Bunny, is just like hiccuping, like, oh, he was just totally drunk. But you know what? It was realized. No, the thing what I realized was like, it's the first time I've ever really had an opponent who had the hiccups. You know, in all my time playing like 2,000 plus tournament games, I realized in that moment that I was like, that's weird. No one ever had the hiccups during a game before. Brian Walkoff's a lot. It's funny, he's not a smoker, you know. Despite all of his bad habits. Maybe he did used to smoke, actually. But not when I knew him. Like, maybe he used to smoke, but he, like, quit. I don't know if Brian used to smoke. But he's old and he's sick and, yeah. Alright, anyway. So I've collected myself now. So f4, castles, bishop e3, b6, rook c1, and now he walks right into it. My fucking god, dude. This guy's 1940 and he walks right into a knight d5 sacrifice. That's like my student who's like 1300. He just has like permanent COVID or something. Brian survived COVID. That's pretty impressive. We had this guy at my chess club when I was a kid. We used to call him the Weezer. Before the band existed. Sadly he died shortly thereafter. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable that you could be 1940 and allow this. Maurice Ashley did this to me in a Velimirovich once in the first game we played in 1991. I was thinking about it the other day. But that was a way different situation where he was like castle opposite sides and things weren't so clear. This is just a clean, you know, like in like zombie TV shows, just a really clean, like just cutting the zombie's head off, just like real clean, you know, there's no question. It's just, that's just devastating. It's an offer you can't refuse, first of all. He has to take it. This is devastating. How can you be 1940 and not see this? That's crazy. So, okay, this looks like the only plausible way to play. Wow. All right. Take. That's the take now. B6 is weak. But you have other things too. I'm not a materialistic guy, but I guess I'm going to take the pawn. You got to consider other options. I mean, I want knight d4 to work. There's bishop takes a6. That doesn't seem to do anything. Bishop d4 is like leaving your knight stupid. Anything else here? Anything creative? Well, I see what you did, but I think, like it or not, I mean, you must have seen what you must have seen something here you didn't like. I'm going to assume queen b7. Yeah, but queen b7 is a concrete question, right? Because he has a triple attack on d4. I mean e4, your other e4, d4, whatever. So this is a real move. And it doesn't look like white has anything better, because that's check. White has nothing better than like just pulling the bishop back. Maybe it's some weird move like bishop a5. You have bishop a5. Can I try bishop a5? Because we have some sort of rook c7 stuff. There's this. In some lines. But, okay, queen e3. Then the idea of knight a5. But move 11 cheated, and he looked at this with the engine because it's his game and he analyzed it probably himself. I'm seeing this for the first time. There's also this. This doesn't do anything. Or does it? That actually looks kind of annoying. Well, isn't this a serious problem? Well, I don't know. Maybe move 11. Oh, you rejected it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because the problem is this. Yeah. Okay, you rejected it. Queen d4, bishop f4. Knight g4, queen d4, bishop f6. Our b6 bishop is dropping with check. So you have to play e5. You can keep going with this variation if you want to, but I don't see any point. Maybe there's some insane variation, I don't know. So that's not really something I want to do. So in this game, white played bishop d4, and black didn't take the pawn. Fernandez Costa Jr. I have no idea what this game is. It could even be correspondence, but I doubt it. So black played a5 now. Why can't he take the pawn? Because of said knight a5, right? It's not so simple, is it? I mean, bishop takes f6. Oh, okay, so we win two pieces with the rook. Bishop f6, bishop d3, queen e7. Queen e7, bishop e7, and bishop takes f1. So this looks like it's probably a win. Actually, we even have bishop f8 at the end there. So that's a problem. That's a serious problem. So yeah, you have a lot of calculation to see your way through that. But you should have taken the pawn. Okay, now what's our alternative? e5. So you just exploded everything. This might be good too. If I'm black, I'm having like a freaking, heart attack here. I would be terrified with black. If he takes, he opens the F file. What are his other options? Knight d5 right away, which does protect. It protects. Oh shit. Does black have takes and bishop e4? I guess not, huh? It looks nice, but it doesn't work. Probably rook d1. I think that's going to be a problem. Alright, too fancy. So, knight d5. Attacking your bishop. Now you played bishop d4. So everything else equal, your knight is just sitting like an idiot on b3. Knight d5, rook takes c6. Wow. Wow. What is that based on? Are you just gonna pin it and win it? Like there's no defense? So rook c6, knight e3. This is unconvincing. Unconvincing. One can never vincing. Nothing convincing here. This is very unclear. Rook c1. Looks like, yeah, I mean, black still has the initiative. Black. My other black. White still has the initiative here. I agree. Still has the initiative. It does look kind of weird. This is interesting. So he probably has to take. And now your idea's what? Bishop e4? Rook c1, bishop e4. This is very crazy. Yeah, I mean, it might work. Computer says it's unclear. I couldn't possibly say. You know, like, I don't know. I wouldn't play this because it's just too unclear. And move 11, I guess, felt the same. So he plays bishop d4. This is obviously a problem. Our knight, it can get back in the game. It's an open game, though, and time is important. So I don't know. You have pressure against h7, some tactics, but it looks like I'm not sure. What does black have here? A face hugger? Black has... What does black have here? He just has slightly less space. Thanks to e5. Knight d5, bishop h7? Oh no. Velimirovich strikes again. Check. Check here. And rook lift? Computeropolis. Velimirovich. You have what now? Some sort of crazy tactic. Knight f4, rook f4. Knight f6, pawn f6. Bishop takes f3. Oh no. Oh no. It's such a pity if it doesn't work because of knight f6. Yeah. Alright. But it was good to check that out. So here, here, and then this is unconvincing. Move e11. I mean, we want to take with the pawn because the pawn is people too. It's a piece. It's a pawn piece. I guess g6. See, the stupid knight. Yeah. Yeah, I want a better move here. Like knight d4. I wish we could play knight d4. But he has this. It's a problem. Knight d4 doesn't work. You know, but ultimately, I mean, okay, grabbing the pawn, whatever. White's better here. What choices did you really have? No, queen c2, like with the toothpick attack there. Whatever. He's threatening knight g4. I don't know. You can grab the pawn. You play d5. All right, he goes here. Bishop d4 takes. Bishop takes. Now I'm concerned that, maybe black is okay. But white's control of the center is still better. a6 is a problem. His bishop on c6 is vulnerable. You've got knight d4. He has bishop c5. What does he do now? When in doubt, what do you guys do? It's like you go at a restaurant and someone starts threatening you with like one of those toothpicks from the table. Has anyone ever been killed by a toothpick? Has anyone ever been killed by a guinea pig? I wonder. But when in doubt, what do? You decentralize. I think Lasker Bauer is coming. I know. No, I mean, this is so obvious, right? If you've ever seen Lasker Bauer, it's like he's begging for it, bro. He's begging for it. This is sick. I mean, it's gotta be there. Arsenal would be losing his mind. This guy is playing for bishop e5. He's so greedy, I've been more than happy to give him the exchange. Dude, you know how sick I got, Chemical Culture, once I swallowed a toothpick? Do you know why that happens? I think, well, I know how it happened in my case. It happened in Hungary, and it happens because the bakers, when they bake traditional bread, they use like a toothpick in the process of making it somehow. And so occasionally these like toothpicks will get baked into the bread by accident. And that's how it happened with me. And you would believe this? It happened to me. And I swallowed like basically, it wasn't the sharp part, but I swallowed like 2/3 of a toothpick. It wasn't overtly sharp. But I swallowed it and I like started to digest it. And it made me sick enough that I had to throw up like immediately. It's really weird. I didn't chew it. Well, I would have noticed it if I had chewed it. I would have obviously noticed it and spit it out if I had chewed it. I swallowed like half a toothpick whole. And then about like 10 minutes later, I started getting... I couldn't believe it though. You wouldn't think like a little wooden toothpick would make you vomit so immediately, I just like immediately started to vomit, and it was there, It was just like boom, just popped right out again. But I was like, I wanted to like sue. If I was, it was so bad. I was in Hungary. If I was in America, I could fucking like sue the hotel or something for like emotional distress. That would be such a great lawsuit. Ambulance chaser, lawyers and shit. Hungary, there's like nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. No lawsuits for like stomach perforation. Anyway, that's my toothpick story. So you ever wondered how people ended up eating toothpicks? Now you know. It's not just because they're picking their teeth and they swallowed them by accident. I mean, that happens from time to time. But it's not really typical that they're like hungry. It's accidentally baked in bread. Yeah, you learned something. See the things you learned from my stream? Yeah, I thought that you would like digest a toothpick though, honestly. Once my son swallowed like a screw. My son was like 3 years old and he swallowed like a metal screw. And we were like terrified. But he just like pooped it right out, They took him to the hospital. They did an x-ray. They could see they could see the screw there. And there's nothing they could do. They're like, no, it's small enough. He'll just poop it out. Which, a burger or a booger? Funny stream tonight. Your dad... That was an old bay leaf. Damn. Alright. So anyway, rook fd1. And then you played rook fd1. I can't believe it, move 11. Double bishop sacrifice, Lasker Bauer here. He's just begging for it. The time that my game from the 90s with Justin Sarkar. When I played him when he was like a kid, and he was just getting strong. And I went to the. He's autistic, you know, and he's he has difficulty communicating. But I had never played him before. I didn't know him. He was like 14, and I sat down, but I didn't have a chess set or board or clock, and I was like, "Do you have a chess set or board?" And he just looked at me. I'm like, "Do you have a chess set or a board?" And he's just looking at me. I'm like, "Okay." So I had to like go to the bookstore and buy like a chess set and a board while he like sat there. And then I go back and like set it up and we start to play. And he crushes me in the most brilliant game like he ever played. Like later he told me, he asked me for the game score, Sarkar. And he's like, "Oh, I want you to find the game because I think it's my most brilliant game ever." So he sacks 2 bishops on my king side like this and a Sicilian. But I don't get mated. I managed to like run away. But he like queens a pawn. So we had this middle game. I've told the story on the stream before. We had a Sicilian middle game where Sarkar had 2 queens, and I had a queen and 2 bishops. It was really fucked up, you know. So we had this middle game go on for a while, where I tried to put up resistance with like queen and 2 bishops versus 2 queens. It was very weird. That was the autistic kid not having clock and board game. But anyway, he beats me like a genius, of course. Later I got revenge and beat him. Okay, bishop takes h7, king h7, queen h5 check, king g8, bishop takes g7, king takes g7, and now you have rook lifts. Check. We have a rook lift. This one looks good. So, how does black defend against this? Move e11. I have a lot of funny stories, you know, like this. The other day, Chessieber was like defending Christopher Yu because he was like punished for like hitting some guy, but then defended him saying, okay, he's autistic, give him a break. I don't know about that, but depends on the situation, I guess. You have a defense here. Oh shit. Bishop e4. Now we need to do a blocker. We have a blocker. So next suggestion. Is some weird stuff with like bishop c5 check, but that can probably be ignored. This has got to be winning, right? I mean, rook g8 isn't going to help. Is it? Wow. No, it's winning. But rook g8 isn't serious. As Alonso Zapata would say. You're not serious. This is winning. Well, let's see if bishop e4 is the only move. Oh no, fuck. Oh fuck. Knight d3 defends. Speaking of blockers, alright. Doesn't work. I'm not serious. The stream is not serious. The sacrifice doesn't work. Not yet. Alright. So move 11 plays the best move. I don't know. I wouldn't play knight b4, but I don't know what else to suggest, actually. I'll be honest, I was thinking about like g6 for black. This looks... I would be so terrified of these sacrifices. I can't believe it doesn't work. So this is the best move. And now he takes, eliminating that piece. Rook takes. You still have strong threats. He's tied down to this. Queen b7. Oh no. This is over. This has got to be winning, right? Brute force, Larry Christensen. Storming the bastions. What is it called? Larry calls it the... Oh, he had a word. He had an expression for it. The student body attack. Student body attack. That's what Iran needs to do now. Just outnumber the Revolutionary Guards. Just rise up. Rook g3. So camel culture is down with bishop g7. I thought the other variation was crushing too, but let's see. Bishop takes g7, king g7. This is not at all guaranteed. Well, move 11 is pretty good with calculation. This knight d4 is obviously a huge idea too. But remember with knight d4 that it can get pinned. And this is a huge defensive idea. So bishop g7, king g7, queen e5 check. What are you doing after f6? You have it somehow? You have like a concrete idea here? You think you have it? Like rook g3 check? King h8? I don't know. I'm not sure. But maybe you guys see something I don't see. No, I don't assume anything. I mean, there is f6, right? There's also g6. I mean, the guy has... Here, I guess you have queen h5. Amazingly difficult to finish this guy off. It looks like he should be dead. He plays f6. Queen g4. Rook f7. Wow. Black has basically like repulsed your attack. This is crazy. He's surviving. He's surviving and thriving. Black is okay. Oh my god. Looks like Black's completely out of the woods, but move 11 just keeps annoying him with this shifting to the queen side and invading along the c-file. Oh my god. Leave me alone. What about like bishop d8? I'm probably playing bishop d8. He goes here. Well, actually, this is reasonable. Yeah, it's a stupid knight. I told you it was a stupid knight. It was a stupid knight from the first moment. When did that knight... Why did he get sidelined? The bishop stole his job. You know, it was supposed to go to d4. Well, like they were suggesting a few moves ago. There was a suggestion a few moves ago, right? Here, here, here. Move 11 just, he likes his knight on b3 too much. I mean, this is an obvious move. But as I said, yeah, there's this. Can we go nuts, though, and sack the rook? Sack the exchange? Maybe that's the win. I mean, the problem is, do we have time, you know, to sack the house here? This is a draw. Or equal. Close to equal. You have to do rook takes, pawn takes, knight takes c6. And now apparently you have real threats. Holy shit. Your threats are serious enough that black has to play f6 now. I mean, I'm cheating with the engine. I'm getting tired. But anyway, like, this is interesting. It's close to working. It's close to working. So rook g3, f6, and that's it. No knight d4. Queen g4. Rook f7. And your poor knight just can't get in the game. Did you win this game somehow? It's a draw. He consolidated. Rook e8. Rook e3. And now you're going into draw mode. Black's better, right? Two bishops. Black's actually better now. Classic Sicilian. If you're not better, you're worse. Oh, I don't want to see 100 moves. She tortured me for 100 moves in Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2. That I'm not going to go through. Once we get to that, I'm stopping. She was better. Yeah, but the funny thing about this game, I keep thinking, I don't know, it's like Andre Zhao or something. I didn't realize it was a girl's name. it's weird. Like you didn't miss. It didn't seem like you missed a really clear knockout, but at the same time, it felt like you should have had a clear knockout like 10 times. That was the weird thing about this game. It was deceptive. Like you looked really good, but yeah, there was no obvious way to kill her. You know, and this is a draw. It should be a draw more than it's a win. I mean, yeah, it's not easy. This is still not easy. I'm not sure if you should trade queens objectively or not. No, I'm really not sure about that. I'm also not sure about here letting, forcing her king up. I mean, should you consider maybe like queen c7? h3, okay, fine. You can play h3. Not trading queens is a serious consideration. But the 7th rank is a serious consideration too. You checked and you forced her up, and then like, so watch what happens here. Check, takes, up, check, here, here, here. Why did she do that? When she can play rook here, force you to do something either passive or check and king g6. So I think this is a mistake for black, but also like you maybe shouldn't do that. I mean, maybe you should go, okay, here there's this, you have to watch rook e1 check. Then you have king here. There's no traps. I don't think there's any traps. Let's see. Check, here, takes, rook b1. That's not ideal. I don't love this. Because now you'd have to play rook c2 and you're very passive. This is probably lost. So that's a problem. Okay. So let's assume you either trade queens or you don't. You either play queen c8 or you don't. But okay, queen c8, even this. Here, you could just play king f2. I mean, it looks like rook c7 check doesn't really help you much. But I would just play rook e6. I think trading pawns doesn't really help her here. Probably gets you closer to a draw objectively. Though this is still not an easy draw. The answer thinks it's an easy draw. Well, if you could trade queenside pawns, it's an easy draw. I guess you can force it. Wow. You can actually force the trade of pawns. Okay, well, that's a draw. All right, anyway, move 11, we're not going to look at the 60-move draw. So Wall Herman, this is a great game because Brian was an old associate of mine. We even did analysis on Chess FM for ICC years ago. Brian was funny. He was always funny to work with. For a few years, we did like 2 years. I was doing commentary with him sometimes, and he's obviously an idiot, but he's not a bad player, and he's weird. But I know he's had health issues, and it's good to know he's still around, still playing. All right. So this was the last round, and if you had won, you won the tournament. Your position was shaky the whole time. So Brian's white. Brian's like plays everything. He's very like unpredictable. Although I don't know what he's doing these days. I don't know. Did we have any other game he ever played on? We looked at on my stream. Did Zen Chess play Brian? I don't remember. But anyways, okay. So d4, d5, knight f3. I only had one game with Brian. I think it was a draw. Like in a white side of a. I was 2400. He was like 2300. It was in the mid 90s. He's probably a little better in blitz and rapid. Okay, G3. And now I play this with white. You play B5. I face this. I faced this a number of times, you know. This is the Nanu, like, reversed. Nanu did it to me with white back in Romania, like, 15 years ago. D4, knight f6, knight f3, g6. He actually did it this way with, like, knight d2, bishop g7. I was like, what the fuck? He went b4. I think that was the move order. But here's the thing, like, you can do, sorry, here. You can do this too, you know, first. I've had a lot of people play it that way. Maybe you're thinking of a different game, if you're talking to me. But, okay. This I got a lot. And then after bishop g2, b5. I had this one game where I lost to Piroshka Istvan, who's like this weak FM, who's older, but he plays really fast. And I got so mad after I lost the game because I was better the whole game. I like blundered and lost, or lost on time, and I like threw the score sheet out. I like smashed the door on the way out. And I was hysterical. It was just one of those games where you're just like, this is fucking ridiculous. This guy was never better the entire game. I was like, either win or draw. And I like blunder at the end, trying to overpress. I just like ripped up the score sheet and threw it in the trash. Very rarely I've done stuff like that. So anyway, this is a different setup. Okay, Keith Arkell called this the speckled hen. I don't know if you've ever heard that, Camel Culture, but Arkell used to play it with white, I think. So they just do like b4. Strange that there's no games there. Maybe Keith would do it specifically against the King's Indian, I don't know. Maybe like knight f3. Why isn't it letting me make moves? Oh yeah, it's Black's turn. So maybe specifically here, like b4. Maybe not so much against d5. Let's see. So d5 here, but I've definitely gotten this. But I got it when I played like g3 first. You know, I would have started the game different. I mean, it would have been like knight f3, knight f3, d5, g3, knight f6, you know, bishop g2, and then they do like b5, or knight bd7, threatening e5, and I go like d4, and then they go b5. I also had one really weird game where some guy went like b6 against me, like this Belgian guy a couple years ago. It's like weird. Playable system. Let's see. d4, d5. I mean, I don't know, Camel Culture. Like, Brian is old, and, you know, I think that he likes these simple positions, maybe. But, I mean, you should try to probably beat him in something sharp, given his age. But he is not the stereotypical geriatric chess player. Okay, knight f3, knight f6, g3, b5, bishop g2, e6, and now he plays a4, and this looks like a good move. I mean, like, he knows what he's doing. I played like b3. I tried to do like b3. I know this is a thing. You're also close to like a Polish, you know. It's very close to a Polish. I mean, it's just that in the Polish you wouldn't necessarily have played d5. So if you do like, you know, knight f6, knight f3, b5, g3, bishop b7, bishop g2, you know, we're going to do like e6, castles, c5, and then like c3. The same ideas apply. I'm not really familiar with this for black. But Brian playing a4, you know, it makes me feel like he knows what he's doing. I mean, he certainly doesn't have to play that right away. I mean, what is this ultimately, right? It's like a Makaganov, Grunfeld, kind of reversed. I mean, if I were white, I would probably castle first. Then what? You go like knight on bd7, or do you go bishop b7? So it looks like a4 is the critical move. It's not clear what it really achieves. I mean, I guess he gets it in before you're able to have time to play like c5. I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. You know, I mean, fundamentally, like, I would prefer to go like b3 and c4. I mean, I know that's a normal idea. So I had a game like this. Let's say knight on bd7, c4. But black, I mean, this is kind of how I try to play against Piroshka. Black had a way of solving his problems. Let's see, b takes c4, b takes c4, d takes c4, something like this. I mean, white's like a tiny bit better in a sort of Catalan type of thing. a4, b4. Because, like, what else are you going to do? Okay, now what's his plan? So this is the point. He plays c4. So he really knows what he's doing here. This is like an acid test. So that's concerning me. You know, it concerns me, camel culture. So a4, b4, c4, I should take en passant. It concerns me that, like, your, 70-year-old opponent actually knows this offbeat line. But Brian has always been a big connoisseur of offbeat openings. Honestly, so it wouldn't surprise me, if he, like, specifically knows this. And maybe you made a bad choice objectively. He's always been a big fan of Jack Young and all these weird openings he was excited about, talking about all the weird openings. He would play all of Jack Young's, like the squirrel and all this weird shit. He loved the animal names, right? Animal openings. So I feel like maybe it's a bad opening choice. Anyway, c4, and then you should take en passant. So you take en passant, right? So what's his plan? Take with the pawn? I thought if he takes with the pawn, he can play like bishop a3 and trade off your good bishop. But what happens after knight takes? Because the b4 square looks stupid, right? The b4 square looks very stupid to me. I don't know. I feel this is strange for white. What is his ultimate plan? He has played a4, and, like, what does he have to show for it? Like, what is the point of a4? It doesn't seem like there is any point. If he can't play, like, b4, b5, then why does he have a backward b pawn? He beat a 2350 20-year-old with knight h6, knight a6. Oh, my God. Well, no, I mean, but he's smart because, honestly, playing ridiculous openings against 20-year-olds is probably a good strategy. Because they don't have experience dealing with these, like, really offbeat openings. And, yeah, I think he's smart to do that. But I don't know which way he would have recaptured. So what did you do? You played this. There's nothing obviously wrong with bishop e7. There's a game here, Korpich against Petron Pal. Paul was a very good player. Well, he's still alive, I think, but he doesn't play anymore. He was stronger than that, probably, in 2003, 2364. Here's a question. Can you take on c4? Knight e5. Obviously this is dangerous. But I think I wanna try to play sharply. Okay, not a principled move. I agree. All right. So you should take en passant. You went here. This isn't too bad. What if white takes on d5? You take with the bishop? You're taking with the bishop, right? Or are you thinking about taking with the pawn? Your pawn on b4 is kind of useful here. He did play c takes d5. Okay, answer my own question. I think you could take with the bishop. Yeah. Well, it's way lower risk, you know. But I understand you taking with the pawn because you want maybe to want to have a strong pawn center. But if he's able to get an e4 quickly, you could easily be worse. But without knight c3, it's not so easy for him to organize e4. And I think by that time you're getting in like c5. It's hard for him to play e4 and stop you from playing c5. Yeah, I think you should take with the bishop. So this is like leaving you in an ugly situation where your bishop is stupid. And your choices are stay with stupid bishop, move it again, or try to play c5 and then go into another kind of bad position where you have an IQP. So what did you do? You castled. He castled and you played knight on b7, you played bishop e7. The other guy played knight on bd7. I'm thinking about c5. This is a pretty ugly Tarash. Well, bishop a6, you know, I think we need to get developed. But, we'll see about that. Yeah, ultimately, it's not so easy for him to do anything, which is the good thing. Here. You know, come to think of it, I really feel like, now that I think about it, Zen Chess, who played in a tournament on Wednesday, yesterday, guys, does anybody remember Mr. Coffee? Anybody? Zen Chess? Oh, I know what it was. Okay. Because you guys, I didn't share it with you. Zen Chess had asked me to do a video recording where I analyzed some of his games a few years ago. And I think that Zen played Brian and actually lost to Brian in like the critical last round or something somewhere, some tournament. I think it was a Catalan of some kind. I may be misremembering this. Okay. Knight b3. Yeah, so he knows what he's doing. I mean, this is smart. And then you played a5. Wow, you actually transposed to a game. Man, I lost to this, I think, Subramon. Did I lose against Subramon? I don't remember now. No, maybe not. Maybe I didn't play her. I lost to another Indian woman. Besides Humpy, twice. Back in that time, early 90s. This was mid-90s, late 90s. This is 2006. But she was a good player. I don't know whatever happened to her. She was like pre-Humpy, top Indian woman. Alright. A5, bishop f4. Brian's in his zone here. You gave him a very simple position with a strategic advantage. This is a very bad thing. Yeah. An unbelievable disposition has arisen. Holy shit, that's crazy. He plays exactly the move that this random 2300 played. That's crazy, the exact same game you guys have here. Now, in the Catalan, you need to play c5, but if you play c5, you know, now you have more weaknesses. This looks like the type of position where you could consider playing like bishop d6. I mean, I don't think that this is necessarily bad. In fact, this might be quite good for you. Did you consider doing this? I mean, he'll probably play like 95, or he could do anything. No, e3. I think taking is probably good for you, objectively. But I could be wrong. Because one mistake and with structure, it could go south. I mean, if he gets in the 7th, or bishop h3. So, alright, you played c6. It's a safe move. And now, this is unbelievable. Okay, he played the novelty now on move 13. This is interesting. Brian's a strong master with a lot of experience. He knows, you know, that the rook might be important here to defend a4. So I would often criticize people for doing this rook, and not thinking about their pawn. But on the other hand, I mean, I don't know. This is pretty limited. Your only way to attack a4 is knight b6, which would leave the c5 square like wide open. I'm not sure if he really needs to worry about that, But ultimately, okay. This is fine. Knight e4. Knight e1. That looks reasonable. Now you played it like a stone wall. f5. Well, your knight is hanging. But honestly, yeah. Well, he's also got knight d3. I mean, he's going to play here. Kick you out with f3 in some cases. You could sacrifice this pawn. I don't really like f5. I don't love f5. I'll play it if I have no other options. But I was just wondering if there's some way you could play the position more actively. Because, like, giving up his bishop is a big concession. I'm not sure he really wants to do that. Like, rook e8, I mean, bishop takes e4, pawn takes e4, queen takes e4. Bro, if this bishop opens up, he's in a lot of trouble, I'm not sure he's going to be taking that pawn and living to tell the story. So I'm not sure that the bottom line is, like, it's very possible that f5 isn't necessary. But you will get Stonewall style weakness on e5. So now it's like a Stonewall Dutch where you played a5 before. It's very weird. But you do have a lot of space. And like Arsenal fan was talking about, earlier, unlike the typical Stonewall Dutch, I mean, it's nice that you have this possibility. You can concretely defend like your c6 pawn laterally with rook f6 or something. You can activate your bishop to a6 and maybe trade it off or something. I mean, it's not as bad. Yeah, f3 isn't absolutely necessary. Just like your f5 isn't. I mean, yeah, he can go here. This is his main idea. I mean, in general, I think f3 is good. He's going to probably have to play that at some point. He doesn't have to play it right away. Now you pull back to d6. Okay. And he takes. Is this a serious threat? If that's a serious threat, then he has to take. I guess taking's not bad. It's a safe move. Yeah, I mean, he's playing positionally like sound chess here, f4. And then he has, like, all of his pawns are on the right color. Two knights versus bad bishop. Stylistically, I don't think you picked the right type of position to play against him. So queen e7 is okay. Now it's a straight up Stonewall Dutch. I would be a little concerned about access to the square. He could play, for example, queen d2, but you're threatening the other knight over. So his queen is keeping an eye on the f5 pawn. Let's just say for a second, I don't know, he does a king h1, just for argument's sake, and you went here, another pawn sacrifice like here, right? Typical Stonewall type of thing. Like, he can't really take that pawn. So I'm just wondering here. Check doesn't do anything. But he's coming into e5. I mean, it's looking very unpleasant once he gets into e5. Like, you're not going to have a lot of fun after that. Can you play bishop c7, bishop b6? And does it even do anything if you did? I'm just wondering about this. Just it's nothing to do, really. This is not a fun game. So you play g5 like a wild man. And maybe you have ideas, to open the file. I mean, I I'd like to play e3. I'd like to play e3 and be able to take back with the pawn, with the e pawn and f4 when you play g5 and whatever. So I feel like that's why I wanted to play with white. Like I wanted to play here, to be able to play e3 to secure that. After this move, yeah, he doesn't have e3, which is a pain. So he goes here, but now you can play g takes f4 and open the g file. And I think that's probably like reasonable for you, you know. Otherwise, like I don't know what we really achieved. I would want to play g takes f before he has time to play e3 and take back with the e pawn. Is what I'm saying, you know. You took here, and I don't know what you expected. If he takes this way, you drop back, you have the bishop b6. It still looks like white is a lot better. He takes back like the traditional sort of stonewall move, but at least now you have f4. Yeah, this is ugly. Brian just plays very natural moves. Knight c5, extremely natural move. But I think he's not calculating enough, probably. You got to take advantage of him. He's going to make shortcuts. He's old. And he was always like that in the first place. Kind of, lazy, fast, but would probably overlook stuff. So, bishop b6. Okay, e3. You have f4 at some point. That's what I'm kind of hoping. This is ugly. You got rook a7, the acerbate maneuver. Very key here, which you obviously played a little later. Knight d3. Probably good time to offer a draw. What is Brian's rating now, by the way? Is he like on he has floor, right? He has floor. Thank God he has a floor. Bishop d7, rook f1. There's no floors in like FIDE. There's no floors in FIDE. It's scary. It's like no limit. Alright. King h8. Rook c1. Bishop e8. Yeah, this is the key, that you get this. The dark squares are your only hope. But, he seems like he's kind of drifting now. He knows, maybe he knows he can't improve. But he's very tricky, he's dangerous. And I think if you underestimate him, he's super dangerous. So this is good. You've got some chances now. Obviously f4, h5, h4, these breaks on the king side. I mean, this is the kind of position where Brian, he could consider doing like some kind of coastal evacuation thing. But your bishop there also dangerous. And when you go back, maybe in this game, maybe it's an interesting decision about f takes d4 or c takes d4. F takes e5 or c takes d takes e5. Because I wonder, ultimately, which way he's better off going here. Peter likes his move. Okay. This was also playable. I don't know, maybe in a sense like it's a bit safer, but of course he's concerned this queen side could collapse. Safer for his king, but not as safe for his queen side. So anyways, I wasn't sure. The engine really likes f takes way better. So anyway, this all looks very standard to me. The classic closed maneuvering position. You played h5. Brian plays h4, and this is a good move probably. I don't know, but most people, the typical player here is the scared player, is going to just not react, But Brian has experience. Of course, he understands his pawns should be on dark squares, but this is a risky move for white. You have bishop d8. How is he going to protect h4? I'm not even sure, but he has access to this. I don't know, man. Is this really good? if you take on h4, does he have some sort of pawn sacrifice? I mean, if he goes here, does he even have a threat here? Well, I mean, this is not a threat. You have rook h7. So when he plays h4, I mean, I need to see why you can't take here and then follow up with an attack on h4. Obviously, winning h4 doesn't win the game, but I mean, you go here, he can play rook f4. Okay, that's obvious. And if you play bishop d8, he still has rook f4. So this is interesting. Okay. So that's why you didn't take. And f4 is very risky for you. So this is like a compromise. Bishop d8. Your rook has good mobility here. H takes g5. And you got to start thinking about h4. You almost have this. You might have this, actually. You might be able to play h4. I mean, it looks playable. Because on takes, you have rook over, and if rook f4, you have bishop takes g5. You're probably winning. So h4 would be a sharp move. He has this again, bishop takes g5. So I wonder. It's not good enough. h4, g takes rook h. Okay, so h4, g takes rook h7, bishop f3, and he just covers. Wow. Bishop takes rook h2. And I don't know how far you calculated this, but it's scary. His pieces all filter over to the defense. So it was a try, but you were right not to do it. He does h takes g5, bishop takes g5, knight d3. Yeah, he's playing very solid. That knight is beautiful. 2 outposts instead of 1. Now you did it. He takes. You play rook h7, and then probably the computer is gonna like. Well, I mean, now you have him tied down to e3 a little bit. So if he tries bishop f3, check, rook h2. Well, maybe there's nothing great here for you. I think he could have done that. No, I mean, I'm just worried about you not losing. You know, I'll take the draw. I'll take the draw here. I mean, I think that you've been fighting an uphill battle, like you said, and you never really were better. But this is a little bit maybe an inaccuracy by him. He sacks the exchange. Holy shit. Wow. And it's probably sound. But I feel like he's giving you maybe a practical chance, but at the same time, maybe chance to go wrong too. Wow. So bishop f7 and then queen c2. Yeah. Yeah. Good game. I don't know, man. Yeah, I would be scared. Brian could still play. He's very dangerous. Yeah, this is a nice positional game by him. It's ugly. Yeah, your extra rook doesn't help much. That was a nice exchange sack. I mean, again, you know, experienced player would do this, but typical player would be too materialistic to sack the exchange here. Knight f4 is the best move. It's the only move that's equal. Brian gets like super extra credit for this move. This is a very strong move, even according to the engine. Yeah, interesting game. I think a bad choice of opening against him. You know, that was the main thing. I just want to show you guys quickly a game I played on Sunday. I was black, and my opponent was like a 2100 CM strength. And I had prepared to play Accelerated Dragon, but this guy, like, the games I saw, he played something lame every time. Yeah, objectively, he's old and scared. My opponent hadn't played bishop c4 from what I saw. Now he plays bishop c4, and I'm like, oh shit. Castles, bishop e3, and I haven't played a game in the Accelerated Dragon, like, mainline in like years lately. And the last time I did, I lost to some kid in the Budapest Team League like 5 years ago. This is my second time playing this line. And the other game I lost, to a pretty talented kid. I didn't realize how good he was. A 2150. I still don't even remember what happened, but this is a funny move. Taking defense away from f7. I first saw this back in 2016, and I have always played like Queen a5 in the past, or even a5, but d5 is a move. I played it in this blitz game you can see here with this degen chess, who's a good player. No, bishop f7, that's knight a5, Fischer-Reshevsky. Rook e8, I think it's kind of like a5 in that I first saw Erdos, who's not even a native Sicilian player. Victor played in 2016 in the Budapest, in the Zalakaros Open. And I was like, what is that? So it's new since, you can see, like, it was first played in 2014 by Videogov. I don't know if it was discovered by a computer or not, but it's kind of changed the landscape of this variation. It's not necessarily better than the other moves, but it's interesting. But I do think that it has a point. It kind of discourages away from castling queenside. I think my first opponent played f3, and I can't remember how the game went. I think we had f3, e6, queen d2. Something like that. I don't remember, but I absolutely misplayed the game, and I got a horrible IQP and lost. But this time, my opponent castled kingside, and I played d6, and now I totally spaced, and I hadn't prepared this at all. And when my opponent plays h3 now, I had move 11. Isn't move 11 leave the room? Did he leave the building? Move 11, and I looked at this 3 years ago. Concretely, in fact, I even played a game with move 11 with white. We had a training game where I played white against him. But I never got this line over the board, just in some blitz games, and it's been a couple years ago. During COVID and stuff, I was looking at this. So I was totally unprepared to play this. And now I'm sitting there, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I'm not prepared to play this. It's a guy, he's my age, but he's 2100. His max rating is 2200. He just wants a draw, probably, but he's playing a sharp line. So I think that the main line is knight a5, but then I'm looking at it, and I'm like, knight a5, what happens if f4, And I'm like, well, I remember b6, but the more I look at this, I'm getting terrified of these lines. How do you deal with this e5, I'm like, fuck. So I was sitting there thinking forever. I was trying to remember if this is the way I'm supposed to play it, and I started to convince myself that I had messed up already. I was like, no, I must have confused the variation. And then the one line I finally looked at, I was like, okay, if he plays f4, I'll take first. We'll keep it simple. He'll take with the a pawn. I'll play b6. He'll go e5. But what do I do, after this? And I was looking at everything, man. I'm looking at crazy stuff here. I'm looking at this, and then I'm terrified of knight d5 because of queen f3. And I hadn't even really reached a conclusion. I was just scared. I was like, what am I going to do, if he plays this? And so this loses for white. It's terrible. I thought I'm in trouble, and it's fine for black. It's so funny because this guy here from 2018, look at these guys. Black scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 6 in this position. I was afraid of this, because I couldn't remember. And I think the last time I looked at it was from the white side. So I wasted half an hour on my clock. And I was like, fuck it, I'm going to play knight a5. I think this is the right move, but I can't remember, And so we get here, I play it, and he looks like my opponent. I don't know how deeply he knows this variation, but he looks depressed and stuff. And he just looks depressed, and then he's pretty quickly, I'm afraid of f4. It turns out it's not a good move. It looks like queen d2 is the main move, though I don't know how good it is. And he ends up playing, and I think this I've seen, rook e1 is a kind of normal idea. It's a solid move. But I did something similar against um, Darcy Lima at the World Senior with white. But okay, he plays Queen E2. I'm like, that's weird. I've never seen that before. But how bad can it be? And then I know these type of situations where you get these dragons or whatever with your knight out on the side, and you can take the bishop when you want. But I know he can play like bishop A4 at some point. So I don't know. Should I play B6 right away, or should I take his bishop? And it's always like a good policy to keep the tension, but I was unsure. It's like, let's just be on the safe side. So I play knight takes B3. He takes to the A pawn, and now B6. And I knew this, but now this is unbelievable. The guy, he continues to play like all the other book games. You know, okay, what else is he going to do? I was scared of knight C6. I had to make sure that knight C6 doesn't work, right, before I went into this, because I've never played the game in my life, this position. There's a lot of traps. If, for example, if you play this, you get knight takes A7, right? And then like Forkville here, or something like that. I don't know. You have to go to D7, and then I was like, well, what happens if he goes here? I started like worrying about all this shit, you know? Like, what am I going to do if like he puts his queen on B5? But it turns out it's like fine. Black goes here. Anyways, the funny part, we get to this position now. He goes rook FD1 and bishop B7, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, what am I going to do if this guy goes E5? You know, am I going to sack my queen for real in a team game? I'm sitting there like seriously considering sacrificing my queen, and I'm thinking like, this is a team game. There's no way I'm sacking my queen here. E5 takes knight. I looked at, I don't remember what, you know, knight. What did I look at? Knight C6 or something? I was seriously considering sacrificing my queen for a rook, a knight, and pawn. You know? But I have no coordination, not very good coordination. Wow, this is not necessary to sack the queen here. Okay. It's not necessary to sack the queen. But I was considering it. I mean, that's... He has a better move, though. Knight E6 or something. No. Knight E6, queen B8. I can avoid sacking my queen. Okay. So anyway, I'm like worried about all the shit. What does the guy do, right? Random 2100. F3. Now check this out. He plays F3. And I always think this looks stupid when white's playing like a kingside castle dragon to play F3. But it makes sense. I mean, you know, it's not so easy for me to use the dark squares. And he's shutting down my bishop on B7. And so there's a Sophie Millier game, right? You could see here. I have obviously no awareness of that. The guy offers a draw. He plays F3 and offers a draw in Hungarian, you know. And if I didn't win this game, my team loses the match. And we might be like relegated for sure. But I don't know that at the time. But I did know that we were looking like we were behind. And I'm not wanting to take a draw with a 2100. But I have a tendency to like sometimes overpress. So I would consider it. I was polite. I said, okay, I'll think about it. But I didn't really want to take it. But I was also thinking like, well, how am I going to like break him down here? So this guy, Gevorgian, who's a 2200, whatever, played the same move as me, A6, obviously, you know, taking away the B5 square, but also weakening B6. Now, he could play E5. And, again, I think this one might actually work now. Because now my B6 pawn is weaker. What would you guys do if he plays E5? I think I looked at everything, you know, Boris Kryman, like blockading plans with knight D7 takes an E5. Yeah, I think the computer goes into this. It takes the G7 and takes on B6. Is that right? No, there I have bishop takes F3. Well, maybe he has nothing here. He has something. Oh, knight A4. Yeah, so it's like equal. Okay, it's basically equal. He has to find knight a4, and now I can play knight d5, and he plays c4. I play b5. It's like totally equal. It's crazy, right? So I looked at this with the computer after the game. I had no idea what's going on. The guy's not. He offered a draw. He's not going to play e5. So he plays the same exact move that Sophie Millier played in this only game in the database. This random 2100. There's no way he knew this. He had to have I mean, he could have prepared for me, but I mean, come on. He wouldn't even know I played rook e8. Maybe if you prepared with maybe if you prepared with like some blitz games I played during COVID, he could see this, like that game. I don't know. I probably have some blitz games, but anyways, I play a novelty now, queen c7. This is also good. This is the first new move of the game. And now, the best move is b4. No, Arsenal fan, the guy is solid. He was over 2200. He's one of those guys who, he's my age, but he's not bad, and he could claim the CM title. Like, if he paid FIDE $50, 50 euros, it's like Mr. Coffee could be a director if he paid USCF $50 for his sexual training. This guy could be a CM if he paid 50 euros to FIDE, but he doesn't want to bother, you know. It's not worth it to get the CM title for 50 euros. I can kind of see that, you know. But anyway, he's not a bad player. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, but the thing is, he's a 2100, but he's also not very active. He's a kind of inactive 2100. But anyways, b4 was the best move. The guy plays this, and I go b5, and I'm thinking this is going to be a tough game to win at this point, because I have a very hard time breaking the structure. Where's my break, you know? And now he plays a kind of passive move, and then b4, and I have no idea what he's going to play. I expect knight a4, and then I realized this is it. This is it. You know, it's just like I'm doing a lot of tactics puzzles, but this isn't just a tactics puzzle. It's a tactical and strategic puzzle. Yes, bishop takes e4. It's crushing psychologically, because he's like Bastion, man. He played f3. He plays f3. Bam! Nice knowing your central pawn. How do you like that? But the problem with his position, you know, he can give me the rook and two pawns. His knight is stuck. It's stuck on the side of the board. He's down a knight, bro. It can't get off the side of the board. Watch this. Bishop takes, f takes, knight takes. Queen e1, knight d2, queen d2. Now his knight is stuck. It's never getting back in the game. Oh no. Oh no. Mr. Knight, how are you doing? So you're not up the exchange, up two pieces for rook. You're down the exchange, effectively. And so rook b8, right? I'm ready to lock it in with a5. Knight f4. This is okay. I play e6. Check out my pawn structure. How do you like that pawn structure? The amoeba. Yeah. The amoeba is just going to advance, like, slowly. The knight is just, it's totally pushed out, dude. Knight d3, a5. Where are you going? And then the best part is this. The slider. This is beautiful. We get rook slider across. Slide and enter. But, alright. Queen e2. It's not over yet. Rook b8. We just slide and enter. Slide and enter. And then a great try. Rook f4. Well, I had to watch tactics and my rook was hanging. But now he's starting this rook c4 thing. And if I try to play d5, I don't know, maybe this is good. I'll tell you what, I was a little concerned about the dark squares. I think what I did was good, though. I played e5. He goes here. And then queen b7. I really like this, because we have this sort of like range. His pieces can't move. You know, nothing can move. Yeah, d5, knight c5. But anyway, coordination. Bishop f2. And the problem was at this point, the only problem was he had played faster than me because I wasted half an hour in the opening. He's just kind of fast. And so he had only used like 45 minutes. And I had used like an hour and 10 minutes. So we're at like move 28 and I have like 20 minutes. And the guy has like 35. So I'm starting to get kind of like lower on time. Well, we're ready for like, you know, yeah, all the trash compactor. But I don't want to give his rook any outs. Like he could go over there. He could come up to c5. So I'm waiting. But I decided to just go f5. And this isn't the best move according to Stockfish. But it's not bad. You know, it's fine. And I want to take away the e4 square from his rook. This is fine. Now he makes a really good move. This is like top engine move. h4. And he actually gets a little bit of counterplay with this like h5 bullshit. You know, some kind of stuff. And at this point, I wanted to play like, you know, bishop f8 and d5 and like trap his rook. But I was worried about h5. I wasn't sure. I was thinking about maybe like bishop f6. And finally, I looked at the clock and I had like 10 minutes for 30 moves. And I realized, okay, this is very hard for him to play. So let's just do something flexible. I'm like, whatever, you know, I'll try to like shove these pawns down his throat. I played bishop h6 and it's really kind of a cheapo. I'm actually threatening like e4, e3 and like pin him on the e file or something like that. If I could get e4, e3, e4 cutting off his knight from going to f4, it's more or less like a cheapo. And he sees it, so he plays bishop e3. And now I'm like, all right, that's annoying. You saw my cheapo, and I don't know if I should trade bishops. You know, I could just repeat position. Maybe that was a sensible thing to do. But I also can play bishop f8. You know, threatening to play d5, queen f7 type of ideas. Yeah, Ars, that's definitely, you know, the kind of move I would consider. There was a problem with queen f7, though. I mean, I don't know if it's a problem or not, but if I do queen f7, you have to watch out. Let's say here. If I do queen f7, he has access to the square. And it might have an important effect. You know, I didn't want to give him, like, any access to any square at all. Like, you're not going anywhere. You know, I'm not going to let him do anything, right? So, here, there, and then I was like, the computer doesn't like it, but all right. I played bishop takes e3. I decided whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, he has no knight. And then it's like queen takes f4. And if he trades queens, he has a really bad ending with his knight on the side of the board. So he goes here. And I think the engine says like queen e2 was the best. But if he does queen e2, I'm going to play rook f8 and shove this f pawn down his throat. You know, so he goes here. It's an active move, right? A good move. I play rook e8, guarding e6. And now he goes queen g4, threatening h5. And I play d5. And now he only has one move. His attack is too slow, so he has to go here. And now I planned it out perfectly. The idea isn't to take, it's play queen a7. So I like pin him on this diagonal. And now he makes like an inaccuracy, but I don't know if I can defend this position. I'm threatening like e4, like unplugging his knights. So he does the natural thing. But I think the computer has another defense for white here somehow. Like he moved his king, which is normal. I mean, what's he supposed to play? Oh shit, queen g5. Queen g5, so he has an eye on this. He had queen g5, he couldn't find it. I didn't see it either. No, this keeps an eye on this, so I can't play e4. Yeah, after queen g5, he can hang on, it looks like. He played this. He's starting to get low on time. I take. He can't take with the knight, the A knight. That's on punishment. So he takes with the D knight. I have 5 more moves to make time control. I have like a couple minutes. Queen e7. He has 20 minutes to my like 4 minutes now. I have like 4 moves to make the time control. And he surprises me. He gets active with like knight d7. I'm like, what's that? That sucks. So he's getting his knight back in. And then I'm like, I'm thinking about, I'm going to attack him. But then he's got threats, you know. And I'm like, wait a minute. If I trade queens here, what's this guy going to do? You know, it's so ironic. So I just like, oh, queen e6. Queen e6, rook e6. He has to trade queens. And watch this. So at this point, like Okhotnik, who's a grandmaster who's on his team, like after the game, he thought he saw something, like white had a way to defend. But it turns out it like doesn't matter. So the guy plays c3, which is fine, and I played e4. And this is where Okhotnik said he like made the wrong knight move. But it doesn't matter. I think that white's losing no matter what. He does this, and it's definitely bad. But it's natural. But I feel like Okhotnik suggested something else. Was it knight b6 maybe? I think, yeah, Okhotnik was looking at knight b6 and thinking like this was the secret move. Because he has these tricks with like rook d6, knight takes d5. So this was the idea, you know, to do this. And then fork. I can't afford to lose my d pawn. I can't afford to lose my pawns, you know. So if he goes there, can I just play like king g7? Wait. Oh, I know what it was. Oh my god, dude. There's such a brutal move here. It's so sick. I mean, Okhotnik was just a spectator, and I didn't understand what he was saying. Like after the game, we were like, whatever, dude. But I have such a brutal move. I think it's like d4 or something ridiculous. d4. Can you imagine this? To like, how to explain what this move does? Is this right? Yeah. It's so sick, dude. It's really sick. d4. Fuck you, you know? Because he takes now. I go rook d6. And what do? Knight d5. King g7. It's like Zutman. I don't care if you equal material. You know? It's so sick. And there's nothing he can do. So there was nothing he could do. He was just lost. It was really funny. e4. This is actually, yeah, his best move was this, apparently. But I don't think he can save the game, objectively. And the end is just brutal. I made the time control. And he tries c4. And I just take. It's so aesthetic. Take, and now a4. So now I have two zygotes, or whatever. It's perverse, dude. This is perverse. What are you gonna do? It was sick, right? I felt kind of bad for the guy. Like, what are you gonna do? This is comical. And so he goes, knight takes a4, rook takes c4, and now he really blundered. But he's lost anyway. I'm threatening like rook c2 check. His best move is b3, rook c2 check. This is terrible. But watch what happened. Knight dc5 and then b3. He can't move anything. He's totally paralyzed. And like dude has, you know, he's to material equality. Yeah, it's like a perfect execution for the sacrifice, right? Rook and 2 pawns for 2 knights. Come on, man. How can this happen? This is ridiculous. So he just resigned immediately. I mean, originally I sacked my bishop and knight for the rook, right? But the point was I already had a bishop. I had already gotten the advantage of bishop versus knight when I played knight takes a3. The Guantanamo Bay Guards. All right, just don't call me Ron DeSantis. All right, guys. Anyway, that was a fun game, though. It was good because my team My team had to win this game because we only like managed a 6-6 tie in the match, and it was really crucial for me to win with black. And as Arsenal said, 2100s aren't bad. They can play pretty well. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully with some blitz games around 12:30, 1 o'clock. And then Simul on Sunday. Thanks everybody for joining us. Camel Culture, Arsenal fan, Move 11, Sinus, Night Odds. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you later, guys. Pray for Asterbait. See you later.